I will call to order the Finance Committee meeting of Monday, September 12th, 2022, and ask staff to call the roll.
Council President Furman.
Present.
Alder Carter. Alder
Did
Carter?
you hear me?
Nope, I cannot hear you. Sorry.
Hold on.
I can hear you now.
Oh, present.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Vitiver.
Present.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Mary of Quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures or recusals on any items on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And I'll note that item 2 is in fact actually a confirmation hearing for the library director. I jumped the gun at the last council meeting. Sorry. That items 25, item 25 is a discussion and item 26 is the budget. So both of those will be excluded. Are there any other items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions on agenda items number 4 and 8, please.
Number 4 and number 8. Thank you, Alder. Are there any other exclusions from the consent agenda? Seeing none, President Furman.
Mayor, before I make this motion, are we excluding the confirmation hearing, or that was just, you were just pointing out your mistake?
I was just pointing it out. We don't need to exclude it if nobody has any questions of Greg.
So I'd like to move a consent agenda excluding items 4, 8, 25, and 26.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we will record a unanimous vote in favor of all of those items, and we will go on to item number 4, which is Legistar 73449. President Furman.
Move adoption.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Alder Verveer, questions for staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I did notice one other thing that I had mentioned to point out at the outset, and that is in Legistar, the link to agenda item number 3 is not working. So I just wanted to draw that to the staff's attention and see if we can correct that. Again, it was a resolution, or excuse me, an ordinance amendment that was just adopted on the consent motion for number 3. But moving on to my questions or two about item 4. Obviously, this is not a lot of money, but the resolution confused me a little. And so I was going to ask IT staff a question or two. My main question is in the fiscal note, it states that the state DOE, the State Record Center is doing away with the service. In other words, storing records for Madison or all municipalities. But then in the resolution text, it states that they have not found a replacement space for the current facility on University Avenue. So I was wondering, which is it? Have we been formally told by DOA that they no longer can assist us as they have all these decades? And if so, how much time do we have to remove our materials out of their storage, which we've been utilizing for ever since I've been on the council? I'm sure much longer than that.
So,
Director Edgerton is here.
yeah, thanks, Mayor. So that's a great question, Alder Verveer. So DOA, their records manager reached out to our records manager, letting us know that they were going to be selling the building. and that we were going to need to get out of the building. And so our records custodian, records manager, being very proactive, went ahead and started looking for a new facility. They also, our records manager, was able to actually find a company that is cheaper than State Records. So that was a benefit. Meanwhile, the state is putting on an RFP looking for a new facility. And in that RFP, they did not note that they were going to be providing other facility for other municipalities. Dave Schmidtke did reach out to the DOA and talk to them. And it sounds like, yes, we could have that opportunity to stay in their facility once they have it. But we'd like to move ahead because it is actually cheaper for us to go with this new records facility. So we're going to be saving some money. It is, like you said, a low amount. So we're going to be moving forward with this.
Thank you, Sarah. That was very helpful, and certainly appreciate that our records manager, Leslie, was so proactive, especially since we didn't have a definitive answer, I guess, from the Department of Administration. So I also, it wasn't clear in the resolution. Is it accurate to assume that all of our decades worth of records that are being stored at the State Records Center will be moving?
Yep.
To
Everything,
this private third party?
Yes, they will be
facility?
moving. Yeah, I'm sorry, there seems to be a little bit of delay. Yes, they will be moving.
Very good. And then lastly, as many of us on the council are well aware, the Wisconsin Historical Society has long expressed great interest, at least again, all the time I've been in the building, to having our correspondence stored with the Historical Society. Do you know, is any of that relationship changing as well? Or does Leslie and other colleagues of yours still have to figure out what goes to the State Historical Society and what goes to this new private facility?
Leslie will still be figuring all of that out. Yep, that will not be changing at all.
Very good. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Sarah.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Any other questions for staff? If the motion is to adopt, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 4. It takes us to item number 8, which is Legistar 73357. President Furman?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve. Alder Revere, questions for staff?
Thank you again, Mayor. Appreciate that there are several folks here that could probably answer my questions about the towing contract. So obviously Stephanie, Tom, David. So my first question is, and let me just preface my questions by remarking, especially for those that haven't served on the council for a long time, that the towing contract in the past has been quite controversial. And Mayor, you probably recall from your time on the Finance Committee as an alder that was the case, where we often had competing towing contractors and their attorneys come to our meetings and contest the resolution, this specific resolution. Obviously, fortunately, that's not the case this year, it appears. So anyway, with that background, my first question to whoever would like to field it is, was this a competitive bidding process? How many bids did we receive this year?
I can field that question, Alder Revere. Yes, it was a competitive bidding process, and there were 2 contractors that bid on the contract. Those contractors were Bill's Towing, and then of course Schmidt's Towing.
Interesting that Prairie Land did not have an interest, even though they've been the ones that have objected in prior years.
Very interesting.
Can you then share, and I appreciate that, David, can you share further, were the scores at all close in terms of the evaluation?
In my opinion, Alder, they were not. I did prepare a brief presentation in anticipation.
Oh, that would be terrific. Thank you. I'll let you share that.
Yeah, and perhaps I can answer all the questions.
Great, because I have a few more all related to finances. So I'll let you go ahead with the presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So the City of Madison Purchasing Department put out a request for proposals for the citywide towing contract. As some of you may recall, this contract not only includes towing, but the storage of vehicles for abandonment, evidentiary purposes for Madison Police, and other general towing considerations. This is a 5-year contract with 2 one-year optional renewals by mutual agreement between the city and the contractor. As I indicated, the 2 bidders were Bill's Towing and Schmidt's Towing. There was a 3-member panel that was tasked with evaluation of the proposals. They were Stephanie Neeson of the Parking Division, Jamie Doyle of Court Services, and myself. Schmidt's Towing was selected as a successful contractor, even though the towing fees are substantially higher than the previous contract with Schmidt's, and the current towing fees. It was determined that Schmidt's not only had the necessary equipment, but the necessary infrastructure, reports required by the city, and met or exceeded all of our other requirements. The towing costs under this contract are $110 per tow. This cost is fixed over the initial 5-year term of the contract. The 2 one-year optional renewal periods offer a provision for a price increase not to exceed the consumer price index. And they must be approved by the city 180 days prior to the end of the contract. So that's a brief overview. Both Stephanie Neeson and I are here to answer any further questions that you have.
Thank you. Appreciate that, David. So my first question is, as you know, our existing contract with Schmidt's was a phased-in rate increase per tow category over the first 5 years of the current contract. Why the different approach with this proposed contract renewal of increasing the tow? The majority that, for those that don't know, the majority of the tows, and correct me if I'm wrong, David and Stephanie, are currently $42.50. And if I read the resolution correctly, although it wasn't very detailed, it sounds like that main category of tows, which are for, largely peak area towaways in particular, would jump up to $110 next month. So from $42.50 to $110, am I understanding that correctly? Is that jump immediately and it will not be phased in like the last contract?
That is correct.
And can you explain the rationale in our negotiations why we agreed to such an abrupt increase? I realize that there's inflationary factors to be sure.
Sure. I'm going to actually ask Steph to step in since I was not involved in the previous towing contract. I think she's probably got more history than I do.
Sure, I can. The information we received from finance was they tried to negotiate it and Schmidt's declined at this time. The reason being, they had mentioned that they had not had a significant increase in their prices to us since the original contract, and with inflation, they were losing money. So it was between the 2 that put in for bid, and Schmidt's wouldn't budge on the amount.
Interesting. So I guess Bill's Towing isn't really competitive then, because certainly the last go around, as you recall, Steph, we actually had introduced a resolution to award the contract to Prairie Land, and that led to a significant price decrease by Schmidt's, as I recall at the time.
Yes.
So their bid was for $110 per tow, and they said we can't budge. We're not budging.
That was the feedback we received from purchasing, because that was brought up because it was a significant jump, and we knew that we would need to gradually increase our amount because we've been at 65. So if we wanted to be close, we couldn't do a jump right away. But I don't know if maybe they knew there were only 2, so they weren't as worried, but they wouldn't agree to the price increases.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Can you share what the different tow types rates are? I know that it's always been higher, for example, if they're towing to the MPD impound yard, or if it's a metro bus or heavy equipment, they are the rates all increasing at such a dramatic percentage for all tow categories?
They did increase. I think the most significant jump was just your standard general, no, parking tow or your general tow. I don't remember off the top of my head what the larger tows increased to, but those are typically paid for by the vehicle owner when it's something where it's like an accident and they have to, if there's a lot involved, those charges go to the vehicle owner. So this charge is specifically to the tows that my staff would do.
Yeah, I'm thinking of all the agencies that utilize Schmitz. Obviously, there are several, and what their increases are that they'll have to absorb in the next operating budget. For example, I noted, David, that the PU operating budget request for next year increases towing to $700,000,
That's
an
correct.
increase of almost $400,000.
That is correct.
Does this resolution, are those accurate figures based on this resolution that's before us today?
I believe that they to be accurate. I think if we're looking at what the towing costs are currently and estimate what they will be next year, we're looking between $650,000 and $700,000.
Mhm. I did know, so in terms of what we were able to negotiate, or what purchasing was able to negotiate, and if the finance director wishes to weigh in on behalf of purchasing, by all means, please do so, Dave. But I did note in the resolution that there were new provisions to decrease the burden to those in the community that are towed. Was that something that was included in their original bid submission, or was that negotiated, or did they really not negotiate on any provisions? And Steph, can you explain what those provisions are to, quote, decrease the burden of those towed?
Sorry, I was trying to look up the contract or the proposal. I don't know if I have the answer to that right now.
You can send me a copy of the
Okay.
of the contract, and I'd appreciate the evaluation panel report too from purchasing, just for my own curiosity's sake. But do you recall offhand what in the resolution, when the body of the resolution, it does refer to these new provisions relating to decreasing burden? Do you know what those are? Like, are there reduced fees for storage in Schmitz Lot? Are there expanded hours that one
I
can
believe-
obtain a vehicle? Are they, I know, for most towaways, like in the peak zones, they luckily only tow to the closest legal stall and don't tow to the impound, to Schmitz lots. Tom, I see you're trying to respond. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, I believe, and Stephanie will clarify with an email, but I believe that the previous towing contract, they could impound vehicles in various locations very far. Like I remember Sabrina saying that some might have been as far as Sauk City. And I think the intent was to impounded vehicles would be closer, perhaps even available to access within city limits. Stephanie, does that ring a bell?
Yeah, I mean, I do know that Schmitz does have an impound lot outside of town where they take the junked vehicles. So maybe it was keeping them in the city limits. I'm not totally sure on that one though. That would be the only thing I could think that would be similar to what Tom is referring to.
Well, again, thank you. You all can get back to me with an explanation of what that line in the resolution refers to. The last area, and I realize we have a long night ahead of ourselves, so this is the last area I wanted to just ask about, and you referenced it already, Steph, and that's the $65, you might not have mentioned the figure, but the $65 tow fee that your parking enforcement officers have added to our citations, to cover the existing contract. And the fact that you and I, as you recall, had a conversation about this several months ago, or the fact that that toll fee hasn't been increased since the last contract was put into effect in 2015 or thereabouts. So assuming that the council goes ahead, which I presume we of course will, and adopts this resolution at our next meeting, what do you propose, or the staff collectively propose, that the toll fee be increased to, which obviously will require an ordinance amendment considered by the council? And would we try to do that immediately, as soon as possible, since we're going to be hit with this $110 charge, I guess, effective October 1st? What are your thoughts on that, please? Or Tom, I guess, wants to take that first.
I can address that. And
David, I appreciate all of you volunteering. Thank you.
that's no problem. Steph, you can correct me if I'm inaccurate, but I believe we discussed a graduated increase in the towing fee, trying to address that specific issue.
Yeah, that was the original thought, was to slowly bring it up to kind of what the national average is. We are below that right now. And also creating an ordinance where maybe it looks at every couple years it does an increase to stay up with inflation. And so we're not so far behind the next time the towing contract comes up.
And I remember, Steph, you had researched other toll fees, and I remember Milwaukee, you said, was $105 currently. Tom, your hand is up. Would you like to respond to your thoughts on that, please?
Yeah, I just want to add that, there is an equity component to this too. And we need to probably also do a RESG analysis on how we distribute those fees. They can disproportionately impact people inequally. And so I think we will be presenting an ordinance change that does increase it. But we'd like to evaluate how it affects everyone, not just to do a blanket increase, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. And the executive operating budget obviously will need to reflect this contract as well in all regards, including the toll fee we pass on. So beginning the analysis process sounds like a great idea, Tom, since we're going to be losing money quickly in a few weeks here on every tow. So anyway, thank you all for responding to the questions. I very much appreciate it. And thanks everyone else for your patience and understanding and my interest in this issue that has always been very controversial in the past. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. You are right to pick out that particular number. It's a disturbing number. And something that we're definitely going to have to address going forward. Are there other questions for staff on item 8? Alder Carter?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Stephanie, you mentioned $65. And was that with the previous towing company?
Yeah, that's our current rate. That's our current fee.
Oh, that's our current fee. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then what we pay Schmitz right now on our current contract is $42.50.
Okay. And I guess I just a quick question, not about the rate, but when they store cars in their lot, what is the difference between having them store it on their property and having it stored on the police MPD's property? And how long do they usually store vehicles?
So they store any regular impound, so it could be an abandonment or somebody who owes a lot of parking tickets and they get impounded. So they'll store that on the regular property. And then the MPD facility is usually for evidentiary vehicles. So anything involved in a crime where they need to still go through the vehicle, and then eventually that vehicle is usually towed over to the impound lot when the PD is done with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 8.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Stephanie, for being here. And that will take us to item 25, which is Legistar 73576, discussion around the Madison Public Market budget and funding. Let's see. I see that Director Mikolajewski is here. Matt, do you have a presentation that you'd like to start with?
Yes, just a brief overview, but no slides or anything.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. For those watching at home, I'm Matt Mikolajewski, the Economic Development Director for the city. I included a memo within this Legistar item, and I forwarded the memo to the Finance Committee on Friday evening. I won't review the memo in its entirety, but I will provide a couple of highlights and then certainly provide an opportunity for questions that you may have. I'm also joined by some of our colleagues in city engineering, if you have more technical questions about the building itself, and also some of my fellow colleagues in the Economic Development Division. As I noted in the memo that I shared on Friday, the overall goals of the public market project are threefold. One, the public market is intended to provide a location for food entrepreneurship, to provide a facility for new and growing food entrepreneurs to have access to resources to help grow their business and then to support their business and make their product available to the public. The second primary goal is to provide affordable, healthy food options within one of the city's food access focus areas. And then finally, the public market is intended to serve as a year-round gathering place for the entire Madison community. And as the memo notes, the public market is really unique in that it's the type of place that really attracts a great diversity of residents and customers, and would hopefully provide an additional third place for the Madison community. As noted in the memo, we've been working on the public market project in one form or another for the past 10 years, and we have gotten very close to starting construction for a public market at this location. As noted in the memo, the public market is currently ready to bid. We have completed all of the construction documents and have basically completed all of the design. We have been working closely with the foundation and have negotiated an operating agreement and a lease with the foundation, which would be forthcoming to the Common Council for approval. We also have made great progress on some of the funding for the public market. The TIF support is in place, the state NIF support is in place, and the foundation's private funding that they have raised is also available for the project. So we have made very great progress, and we were really heading down a path where we were going to be able to start construction this fall on the project. Unfortunately, as is the case with many projects, both public and private in the community, construction costs have risen significantly, far more than would be realized in a normal situation. As a result, the total cost for the project has increased from $18.2 million to $20 million. Recognizing that this increase was coming, we started working with the EDA on identifying ways to move funding sources around and make cuts to the project to see if we could make the project work with the funding sources that we had available. During the course of those discussions, the EDA unfortunately had to make a decision relative to their deadlines for CARES Act funding. And we had to withdraw our application because we were not able to show that we were able to make the project work within the budget that we had. So as a result, we basically now have a $5.2 million gap from two sources, the inflationary source and the loss of EDA funding. In terms of ways that we can fulfill this $5.2 million gap, we have looked at ways to cut costs within the public market, and we can probably cut about $1 million from the project without having significant negative impact on the current operating plan. There might be opportunity for up to $1 million from another federal source that we've identified, but I should note that time is kind of running out for that, and we would need to show that there is interest to move forward in the project soon so that we could apply for that funding, because that funding application is likely going to terminate probably by the end of this month, is what we're hearing. We don't believe that there is any opportunity for new significant funding from the foundation, although there'll still be some funding that we will receive. At the same time, the inflationary increase that we identified earlier this year, admittedly, construction costs continue to rise. So right now, we're showing a gap of $5.2 million and some ability to potentially reduce that. But we are admittedly in a situation where costs continue to rise. So even if we're able to have some additional federal funding and cut some costs out of the project, the total gap might still be around $5 million by the time we actually bid the project. From a finance committee perspective, in addition to the gap that we're currently facing, we did want to disclose, as noted in the memo, that there is going to be a need for a bridge loan for the foundation for their private support. As mentioned, the foundation has raised the funding that they've pledged. However, those pledges will be realized by the foundation over a 2 to 3 year period. There's two ways that the city could approach a bridge loan for that private support. One would be that we as the city would directly provide the bridge loan. Another would be that the foundation receives a bridge loan from a private lender and that the city would help provide effectively the collateral to make that private lender feel secure in their position, given that the foundation doesn't really have assets. With that, city staff and the foundation are really going to be looking to the Common Council for some direction on how you would like to proceed relative to this project, given the gap that we have with us today. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you giving that overview. I just want to add a couple of things. Firstly, to thank staff because they, not just Matt and the EDD staff, but engineering folks in particular have been working really hard on this project for a long time. And, it seems like it's just one thing after another, unfortunately. But anyway, the staff have really been great in trying to keep things together and finding options. I would like Matt, for you to talk a little bit more about the TID and what our plan for the TID is in the long term, because I think that's very relevant to the conversation. And for the finance committee, I felt like we really needed to bring this project to you. It's been a long time since it's been at finance and discussed, and this is a pretty big change. And so I thought it was important for us to check in on it and to get feedback from the finance committee about potential paths forward and sort of what the feeling of the committee is. And so as we go into questions and discussion, I think there's really two big questions, right? There's the question of whether we want to try and find additional funding from the city in addition to the pretty substantial funding we're already providing. And then if the answer to that is yes, or if there's some other positive answer to fill the funding gap, then there's a question about a sort of ancillary question about the bridge loan and how comfortable folks would be with that. But Matt, do you want to talk a little bit more about the TID, please?
Yes, I would be happy to. Thank you, Mayor. So this project is located within the boundary of TID 36, and it is currently enumerated within the TID 36 project plan. So the TIF Joint Review Board has already signed off on this project. TID 36 is a very healthy TID. It is currently generating about $10 million of increment every year, and we anticipate that staying or even increasing as new development is coming online within the district. The district can be open and have expenditures for an additional 5 years. So 2027 is the end of its expenditure period. Currently, within the TID district itself, this is the only significant project that remains enumerated in the project plan. There is some existing debt for some previous projects that were already completed that we are currently repaying. And then we also would like to reimburse ourselves for some expenditures that we made in previous years, in particular for the South Livingston parking structure. And this is something that we had previously negotiated with the Joint Review Board. Given that the TID is generating about $10 million per year, even if you add up the public market plus the outstanding debt plus the reimbursement that we wish to provide ourselves, the TID could likely close within about 2 years because it's generating so much increment. So right now, the TID is in a very healthy position to be able to do this project, repay its debt, reimburse ourselves for those expenditures, and then close. That being said, what we are looking at is the ability to really use this TID as a significant donation into the new South Madison TID, TID 51. As you are likely aware, with the town of Madison coming into the city later this year, we are going to have significant expenditures related to upgrading town infrastructure, whether it be public works infrastructure, parks infrastructure. And then we also have a desire as a city to make some significant investments in South Madison, the portions of South Madison that are already in the city. And that new South Madison TID is likely going to take some time to sort of ramp up. In other words, it's going to take some time to generate new increment to be able to fund projects on its own. So what we propose to do, or what we're considering doing, is over the next 5-year period, starting in 2023, to potentially donate significantly from TID 36 into that new South Madison TID to help spearhead some of those infrastructure improvements that are needed. And so realistically, even though this TID could close within a couple of years, even with the public market project, our desire is to likely keep it open, probably for the entirety of its expenditure period for the next 5 years, in order to make those donations into South Madison. And next year, we will approach the Joint Review Board with a new project plan for the South Madison TID, and then a corresponding donation plan to donate from TID 36 into that South Madison TID.
Thank you, Matt. All right, let's go to questions then. Alder Abbas, questions?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation, Matt. Matt, 2 questions. Number one, you lay out various options in front of the Finance Committee to see which direction or input they can get for the staff. My question is, I didn't heard anything about, or I'm curious to hear more about tax credit. I know previously we looked into the tax credit, and that time the economic situation, the interest rate was different. And it's my understanding that things has been changed slightly, and I'm curious to hear your opinion or information on tax credit, if you can share with the Finance Committee.
Sure. Thank you, Alder. So we were contemplating possibly using new market tax credits for this project. That was using the previous census data that would have been the 2010 census. I believe that this area is now no longer located in a preferred census tract for new market tax credit purposes because we're now under the 2020 census. So I'm almost completely sure that we would be unable to use that new market tax credit program that we were considering previously because the demographics of this census tract have improved significantly from 2010 to 2020.
Thank you so much. And the last question is, I know the staff is also tracking down Infrastructure Act bill, and there's millions of dollars coming to state on various programs. I'm also curious if in future, if there are possibilities for us for some sort of money coming through state or federal government regarding shovel-ready project like that.
Sure. The project is already receiving $4 million from the state through the NIF program. So I think the question that we would have there is whether or not the state would want to provide additional funding beyond the $4 million, but we certainly can ask. I should mention the state is also providing $250,000 through a WDC program. So there is state support coming in from two different angles. In terms of additional federal support, we certainly will do what we can to find sources, but we are not aware, save for the one that I mentioned before, we are not aware of anything that's sort of clearly available and that could work as of right now. But we will keep trying, certainly.
Yeah, thanks. And the last question, and then I will let other colleagues to ask questions. So I also saw in your memo value engineering and some saving attached to value engineering. I'm curious to know, is there any possibility about doing this project phase by phase? Phase one, where we can have food and kitchen, and phase two, the event location might be, we could find more funding later for that. I'm curious if there are some cost saving doing phase by phase.
That is a great question. Thank you, Alder. And the concern there really is not on the capital side of the equation, but the operating side of the equation. The foundation has been updating its business plan over time because ultimately it'll be the foundation that'll be responsible for running the public market. And by doing all the phases at once from an operating budget standpoint, the benefit to the foundation is that you have a more diverse pool of revenue sources coming in. So, for example, the most obvious sort of candidate for reducing the capital budget would be to cut out the Food Innovation Center when you first build the project, or to significantly reduce it. But then that has a parallel impact on the operating budget by reducing revenue for the foundation. And the foundation, they've looked at this, but they're concerned about significantly cutting any one aspect of the public market at this point in time because of the impact that it will have on the overall operating budget.
Thank you so much. No further question. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitever.
So on my teeny tiny font on page 238 of our budget, there was also reference to a $4 million going from TID 36 to TID 42. And you were only talking about the TID 51. So are we anticipating paying into both of those TIDs or only 51?
Yes, that's a great question. We have already started donating into South Madison, into the existing South Madison TID, TID 42, via TID 36 and also TID 39. So we have actually already started, and we will continue to make some donations into TID 42, which geographically extends kind of as far south as Winger Creek, give or take. And then the new TID 51 will kind of start where TID 42 stops and continue the remaining southerly direction down Park Street.
Thank you, Alder Vitever. Alder Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. If I recall, going back a number of years, the public market was going to be reminiscent of a farmer's market when it first started out. Am I correct on that? And then, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I mean, the public market was always intended to have both prepared food there that you could eat and also food that you could take home. So the analogy that was used was that you could buy dirty tomatoes that you could take home and wash and make something with, but you could also buy food at the location. And there was also always the intent to have some production space as well through the market kitchen. The Food Innovation Center sort of expanded on that, but really kind of those three components were always there in some form to be able to buy raw produce, for lack of a better term, to be able to buy food that you could eat there, and then also food entrepreneurship as well, and the manufacture of food products.
Okay. My next question is that they're getting $7 million out of, am I right, TID 36?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But we have put in much more than that when you really look at the entirety of investment that we put into this project. Goes well beyond 7 million. And I believe at one time at the Common Council meeting, we talked about contingencies so that this project would not be a burden on the city. And that is why the foundation was created, et cetera, et cetera. And you can go into more detail than what I just did.
Yes. So the city has, I mean, in total, the city has spent to date $2.3 million. And that is everything from the design to the construction docs to the market ready program to some of the financial support that we provided with the foundation. Some of that 2.3 will overlap with the 7 million in TIF. In other words, some of the construction doc preparation are TIF eligible. So we would likely pull from the TID. So it's not 7 plus 2.3, but in total, it's close to about 8 million that the city will have spent on the capital side for the project. Really, the intent of the project has always been that the city would complete the design and the construction, working with the foundation. And then after the public market opened, the foundation would take over operations of the market itself. And so at this point in time, we're still in that design, now moving towards construction phase of the project. But then yes, once it's open, the intent is that the foundation would continue to operate it over time without any city subsidy. And so our goal was to basically deliver to the foundation a project that didn't have like outstanding loans for capital costs, so that from day one, they could start operating it at, well, for the first couple of years, a very small profit, and then move to a much greater profit down the road. But yes, the intent is that the city would no longer continue to subsidize the foundation's operations.
And you're saying a small profit, but I remember them saying that the first 3 years they wouldn't have a profit, but the fourth year they would have a profit.
Yes. So the foundation is counting on, for the first couple of years of operations, that there'll be either a loss or there'll be a very small margin of a profit as they ramp up. And so they've capitalized that into their performance. So they're expecting it. So in other words, when they were raising money, they're raising money not only for the construction, but they're also raising money in order to cover that likely gap that you'll have in the first couple of years. And so various iterations of the business plan over time have had kind of varying degrees of deficit versus slight profit in those first couple of years. The most current iteration has them with maybe a slight profit, but we do recognize that they need to have cash on hand when they open to carry them through that ramp up period as vendors are moving in and opening up.
Okay, I have a couple more questions, but I will come back. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman?
Thank you. So I am curious about this operating budget. You said that there'll be an updated operating budget that they're working on that they could provide us at some point soon.
Yes, we can forward you the most current version of the business plan.
And then you said that we're also in the process of negotiating what the contract looks like for them to be leasing the space and all that. Any ETA on that?
I mean, we could. I mean, we're very close to having that. I think be in a position where we could introduce it to council.
And when you say they're going to have cash on hand to deal with losses in the first few years, where's that coming from? I mean, has that been money that they already have?
Yeah, it's coming from the funding that they've raised. So they've raised approximately $3.1 million so far. They will have the next phase of their campaign is sort of the public phase. This is the part where you as a Madisonian can maybe donate, $100 to the public market. They anticipate raising maybe $250,000 through that effort. And so they'll have, let's say $3-4 million. They'll be contributing at the end of the day, about 2.7 towards the actual physical construction of the public market project. The balance that they've raised over time has been used to cover some of their costs and then to build up their operating reserve as they head into opening.
Okay, and what guarantees that it's? I mean, so when they run out of cash and if they still have a deficit, what happens then? Will we have to take more money from TID, put it in an operating budget? I mean, what should we, expect if they can't turn a profit in year 3, 4, whatever it is, and they run out of that donation cash?
Yep, that's a great question. I mean, I can tell you we won't have TIF available because TIF cannot be used for operating expenses. I mean, we per the lease and the operating agreement that we have with them, we as the city will continue to own the building, and we will lease it to them initially for $1. If they are unable to run a profitable public market, they will then close and the property would revert back to the city.
And then, so what happens to our, I don't know, $15 million plus investment at that point?
Well, I mean, we would have a couple of decisions that we could make. I mean, one is we could attempt to identify another operator of the public market. 2, we could, use that existing infrastructure for, perhaps not exactly the vision of the public market that we originally had, but for other commercial activity. We could make the decision to use the space for our own city purposes. Most of the expenditure that's going into the building is basic sort of building infrastructure, HVAC, plumbing, the like. The public market itself is basically very large rooms. So we could, as a city, decide that, well, hey, we have this building that we just renovated, so let's use it for city purposes. Or, we could decide to redevelop the site and basically cash out and have a private development occur on the property.
Are there examples of profitable public markets that don't get city subsidies that you could share with us? You don't need to do that necessarily today, but would you be able to mail us some examples? I mean, I've been looking around and speaking to people. It seems pretty uncommon for cities not to be subsidizing their public market.
I mean, actually, I think, and we can take a look at it, but I think for the most part, I mean, there are certainly some public markets that do receive a city subsidy, but I know that there are others that don't. For example, I don't believe the Milwaukee public market receives any city subsidy.
Okay, I'll talk to you more about that offline. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder Carter. More questions?
Yes, thank you. What other alternative do we have for subsidizing this 5.2 million without taking it from the South Madison TID?
I mean, the other option would be basically City Geo.
Okay.
in terms of from city sources.
Okay, because as you know, that South Madison hasn't had a true investment from the city for many, many, many years. And right now we are going through, I would say, synergy with new ventures happening. And then how much does the South Madison TID have right now? And then you're taking 5.2 million with the promise, and I have a problem with the promise of reinvesting money in the future.
Matt, do you want to maybe say a little bit about the scale of the estimated need in the presumed South Madison TID?
Sure. So we have collectively worked with city agencies kind of across the board. So our colleagues in city engineering and traffic engineering and parks and planning. And we've put together a list of items that could be TIF funded within South Madison. So TIF eligible items. And for this purpose, we're defining South Madison as everything from effectively Fish Hatchery Road east to John Nolan Drive, and then everything from more or less the belt line heading north until you get to the lakes or downtown. And we anticipate that there is probably about $100 million worth of TIF eligible expenditures that could be made in South Madison. I will note that a significant portion of that is associated with John Nolan Drive reconstruction and some of the park improvements that may occur along there. But a significant amount is, and the majority is admittedly, areas along Park Street and, Fish Hatchery Road and other portions of what we traditionally think of as South Madison. And these are for street repair and replacement and the infrastructure that goes along with that. It's for some park related investments, those that are at least TIF eligible, and then potentially some additional affordable housing investments and some additional economic development investments through our building improvement grant program, commercial ownership assistance program, and related programs.
Carter, other questions?
And I guess I didn't hear the total amount that we have in TID 42 now.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd
Okay.
have to look that up for you.
Okay, great. You can send that to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions, Matt. One, this is just asking for your thoughts on this, your opinion, and of course it's just speculation, but it seems to me that the foundation has had only moderate success in raising money from the general public for this project, at least compared to other donor-aided efforts like the Music Center on East Washington and other the projects on the south side that are now getting millions of dollars of investment. Alex G's project, for example. Why do you think that is? It seems to me that this could be solved with one check from somebody who is committed to this project's success. The fact that that money hasn't come is concerning to me.
Yes, I think really a primary reason for that is so I've been with the city for 15 years now and actually have been working on the public market project in one form or another for 15 years. There was a time when there was a consideration of building a public market in the heart of downtown, actually right behind where I'm sitting right now, behind the building. I think one of the challenges that this project has had from a fundraising standpoint, and this is what the foundation has relayed to us, is that throughout the past 15 years, there's been so many kind of changes to where the public market would be located, what would be included in the public market, and how the public market would be funded, that it didn't create the level of certainty within the philanthropic community that individuals that donate to projects like to see. And so that really harmed the ability to raise private funds, because there was always a feeling, oh, well, something's going to change, so I don't know if I really want to provide funding to this project. Some of those other projects that you mentioned, and this is something that frankly I've learned working through this project, that when you want to raise capital funds, you have to have very clear what it is, where it is, what it's going to look like, and then you have to raise the funds very quick and move to building very quickly. And unfortunately, this project did not go in that direction.
Well, that's one explanation, perhaps, for that the different locations have eroded some of the confidence. It may be that some folks in the business community don't think the present location is the optimal location for this, or they may not have confidence in or see this as a primary need for the community, any number of reasons. I know that at one point there was some consideration of locating the public market on the south side, given all the targeted TIF funds, and I hate to suggest that maybe we ought to find yet again another location. Would it make sense to us to think in those terms, that we see this as part of an overall south side development project, and kind of go back to the drawing board? Is that something that perhaps we should be considering rather than trying to move ahead with a location that hasn't been fully embraced by the business community?
Well, I think the challenge that we would have with the Southside location is sort of the same challenge that we've had with the grocery store. And this was identified when we went through the original kind of site search for the public market project. And that is the number of consumers that either drive by or live near the facility. So one of the benefits for the First and Johnson location, which is the reason that was selected, is because you have a significant amount of bus, car, and bike traffic passing the site on a daily basis, and also a significant more number of individuals that live within a radius of the site than you would have within most South Madison locations. So I think that, I think that we would have similar concerns similar to what were raised back in, I think it was 2015, when the site selection analysis was completed about a location on the south side.
All right. Well, I have some other concerns I'll express when we discuss it among ourselves, but thank you very much for your work on this.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Matt, and thank you. I know this has been a very long journey for you. There are a couple of areas I wish to probe that I'm still unsure about or confused about. The first is, what was the timing of our decision to withdraw the EDA application?
Yep, that was done at let me think, that would have been early August, about a month ago.
And what was the rationale to not engage with policymakers besides the mayor at the time? As I understand it, the Public Market Development Committee was only notified, August 31st, or it was the date I see on the memo to them. And certainly I wasn't aware of it until that memo and the media attention came out. What I'm getting at is, wasn't there an opportunity perhaps for for the finance committee to have a special meeting if time was of the essence and we had to make the decision to fish or cut bait with the EDA application and the inflationary pressures and trying to fill that gap. And now it seems to me we've lost the $3.4 million grant for sure from them.
I mean, there could have probably been the opportunity if there was desired for a special finance committee meeting to help make that happen.
But it wouldn't really have made a difference, Alder, because the EDA communicated to us that a council vote for TIF dollars would be insufficient to them because they knew it would have to go through the joint review board. So even if the finance committee had had a meeting and the council had had a special meeting to allocate additional TIF funds, that wouldn't have helped.
Thank you. So literally, this was all in a matter of a few days. The word from the staff you were working with at the Commerce Department.
Yes, it was very quick that the EDA said, you need to commit now or you have to withdraw. It was literally within a week's time.
And remind me, please, of the history of the EDA application. It seemed to me that we were talking about EDA potential grant for public market for years. But from your memo, and I think also you articulated again this evening, Matt, that it was CARES Act funding or COVID relief funding, which had to be committed to immediately, and that was the time pressure. So weren't we working with EDA before any of us had heard of COVID?
No, EDA was not, well, I mean, it was always thought of as a possible funding source, but we weren't actively working with them until COVID hit and we backed away from new market tax credits.
Okay, I appreciate reminding me of the history. And then can you be a little more specific, please, about the potential federal money that might still be available? Is that also through the EDA, this approximately $1 million that you think might be available, or what agency is that?
It's funding available through the USDA.
And is there a firm application deadline that is quickly approaching for that you know the date of?
Yeah, we're being told that apparently their fiscal year ends at the end of this month and that they want basically notice of applications before their fiscal year is over.
I see. So we only have until September 30th. And then you don't think in the fiscal year 23 that begins October 1st for the federal government that there wouldn't be more USDA grant opportunities? Or
I mean, at a very without knowing of any specific program, at a very general level, obviously there's a lot of stimulus money that's still out there that the federal government is looking at opportunities to provide to projects. So, it is certainly possible, and we would certainly do what we can to identify additional sources, but I just can't commit those to you tonight.
I appreciate that. And then the other area I wanted to ask for an update on, please, is the Zaire Road Shelter. I know we've all received a lot of constituent communications about the public market, both pro and con. And one of the areas that I've heard from some of my constituents about as a potential, perhaps, source of funding for the public market longer term would be committing some of the money that we have budgeted to renovate the Zaire Road building into that temporary shelter for men. So when I was thinking about that question, I pulled up the engineering division's Zaire Road Shelter project website, and it was last updated on June 9th. So could you please share with us or Jim and Lynette from CDD? I don't see Brian Cooper here, but could you share with us what the status is of Zaire Road construction?
Sure. So just by way of background for those watching at home, Zaire Road is being renovated to be a temporary men's homeless shelter. So just to clarify, that's just a temporary men's homeless shelter. That work to renovate that building for that purpose is nearly complete. And CDD is beginning to work with our service providers on transitioning individuals to that new Zaire Road facility, likely next month.
Interesting. Well, thank you. It shows how little I know about Zaire Road. So, and I apologize if I'm kind of getting off topic a little, but just it seems to me a very interesting proposition. And I don't mean to put Lynette and Jim on the spot since they're not up until later in our meeting with their budget presentation. But is the Zaire Road facility that much better in all regards than what is currently at First Street? So in other words, thank you, Jim. I see you've engaged your camera. So the plan is, even though public market is clearly delayed at least until sometime next year, Porchlight and CDD have determined that the gentleman should be moved prior to the need for First Street to be available for potential public market renovation.
Alder Vivier, I would say that it is better in the sense that it is more functional. We've had a bit more time to plan for it and design and prepare for its use than we did before we moved over to First Street. So from purely a functional standpoint, it's probably a better facility than the First Street facility, which, as you might recall, was put together fairly hastily. It served us very well, but we didn't have the time then to set that up in the same way that we've had over at Zaire Road.
I appreciate that, and Porchlight concurs that certainly that the shelter interior is would serve their needs better than the old First Street garage. So but perhaps there's a trade-off of the location on the northeast side.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. There are a couple of trade-offs, but I think there are many aspects of the Zaire Road property that Porchlight would agree will work better for them than First Street currently does.
Thank you. I appreciate the update. And thank you, Matt, for responding to the other questions as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Abbas.
Thank you so much. Matt, two follow-up questions to Alder Vivier's question. Excellent question by Alder Vivier. Matt, my first question is, when did you guys came to know the construction cost increased by the general contractor?
I believe that was in June.
So in June, and we have to make the CN by August regarding economic development grants. We have 2 months time, correct?
That's not entirely accurate. So we, unfortunately, the EDA did not share with us that they were that they were going to be needing to make a decision or have us withdraw funds until really a week before we had to do that. So what happened is, we found out that, okay, it looks like construction costs are going to rise. So then we started looking at ways to adjust the project, and we started working with the EDA on several alternatives on how we could potentially basically move dollars around from, for example, in between like furniture and fixtures and construction as a way to reduce cost and as a way to kind of redirect EDA funding into different areas. And so what our hope was that we were going to work with, the EDA, and that hopefully, we were going to find a solution that would work for both the EDA and the city. And that would allow us to basically move forward with the EDA funding and their approval, and allow us to move forward with the project without increasing the budget. So that was the goal. So we were working on that for, approximately a month, a little over a month, on trying to find a solution that would work to make things move forward. It wasn't until like literally a week before that the EDA effectively said, you either that we can't agree to what you want to do, and you need to show that you can make up this gap, or you need to withdraw your application. And we had basically a week to do that.
Thanks, Matt. My next question is for the Madam Mayor for you. So when we knew it, as Matt mentioned, there was a very tight timeline. I mean, I'm just curious to hear your thinking process, why you did not bring under suspension of the rule to Common Council as a capital budget amendment for $1.8 million, $1 million, and have that decision done and save this grant money. I'm just curious to hear your input.
And to me, Alder, honestly, it wasn't really a question, because the EDA left us with basically no options. What staff communicated to me was that EDA would not be satisfied with a vote of the council to dedicate TIF funds, and there was no time frame in which we could both introduce, have a TIF amendment go through our city process and also through the Joint TIF Review Board in the time frame that they needed. I mean, that was just physically impossible. So if they weren't willing to take a council vote as enough of a commitment, and they needed the Joint Review Board as well, there was just no way for us to do that. In terms of dedicating other city funds, it would be unprecedented for us to dedicate general obligation borrowing. And if we collectively want to go down that road, which I don't think we do, I think it would need a much longer discussion than a period of a week. Because, I'm sure you all have gotten requests for private projects to be put into the capital budget. I know that I can count at least half a dozen, maybe more, requests from very worthy organizations in our community that would like to receive capital funding from us. And so I did not think that, first of all, I don't think that's an appropriate direction for the city to go, period. But even if the council did decide that that was an appropriate direction to go, I think we'd have to have a very robust conversation about which projects deserve our support. And I don't think that would have been appropriate to try and do within a week.
Thank you, Mayor.
Alder Paulson?
Yeah, my question is just for the mayor or for the chair of the finance committee. I'm just trying to get a little better sense for what the outcomes here are tonight. If this is sort of an opportunity for us to express general preferences for where would we go, if it's like we should potentially look into doing TIF, if it's move it to the south side, if it's come up with new policy and do geodebt, if it's delay and make the ask the foundation to spend some more time fundraising. Just that'll steer my questions a little bit tonight, based on sort of what the committee wants to do with this tonight.
Sure. This is for discussion only tonight in front of finance. But what we usually do for discussion items is sort of get through folks' questions and then have members of finance, but certainly other alders as well, express opinions about the general direction that we should go on a project. There's no, I think, motion to be made tonight. I think this is really a chance for staff and myself to hear from the council what direction you'd like to take the project. And then any action, would have to come subsequent to that. If an alder or alders wants to move in a particular direction, certainly that's possible to do, given that we're in budget season. It's, there's an opportunity to do that. if it's a sort of bigger change or policy change, that probably takes a longer time period. But also, again, you're all policymakers. You're able to introduce a change if you're interested in one. So I think it's mostly to get a sense of what kind of appetite the council has for continuing to increase the amount of money that we're dedicating to the project.
Okay, thank you. I did have a question for Matt. And Matt, this was in an email, but we were exchanging. I think we ran out of time before you got called up to be on camera here. So can you just so there is a $4 million block from the state, and we were talking about how long that might still be available. We've been surprised a couple of times now with when money expired before we were able to use it. And if we were to go back to the foundation and say, we're going to delay 2 years because we need the foundation to raise another $2 million or $3 million for us to get in here, is that $4 million? We've got a couple months with it. It's tied to the project, but if we don't do this project till 2050, kind of Monona Terrace timelines, is that $4 million still around for us?
Thank you, Alder. No, it will not be around for us 50 years from now. And actually, it won't be around, much longer. Because it's part of the federal ARPA program coming through the state NIF program, I believe the expenditure deadline is December of 2024. And we obviously haven't had a conversation with the state, but I suspect that if it looks like the project is not moving forward in a timely fashion, I suspect the state might be interested in having a conversation with us about taking the money back and directing it to a project that is moving forward and is shovel ready. It was a competitive application process for those NIF funds. The state received far more applications than funding was available. And I suspect that there are other projects elsewhere in the state that would utilize the funding if we were unable to proceed in the near term. A second part of your question sort of intimated, having the foundation go out and do more fundraising for another couple of years. Two challenges with that. One is to the point that I raised before to Alder Evers, is that we every time there's a delay, it makes it harder, not easier, for the foundation to raise funding. And the other thing that we have to keep in mind is that the foundation has professional project management staff and fundraising staff that they need to pay, and they really don't have the capacity to continue going on for another couple of years doing additional fundraising because they don't have the funding to pay those individuals.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we'll just go back to the question. And, we spent a good amount of time on this already. We do have a number of items still before us to go through. And I recognize that some alders may not wish to express an opinion in a public meeting at this point in time. So obviously, again, you all do have options if you want to take an action. Certainly you have the option to let Matt know or let me know privately what your opinion is. But if there is discussion or folks do want to opine on the general direction we should go, now would be the time to do it. Alder Abbas.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate this question answered, and it's a really difficult situation we are at. I do think so. It's really high public interest project, and I want to speak it very transparently. And as also the order of the district, many of my constituents, you saw email, is very supportive of that. I do think so. I don't need to repeat myself, and we have that discussion many times. This project unlock lots of opportunity for minority-owned business, women-owned business, and people of color. We spend millions of dollars. We gave our policy direction as a city on for access to food, for the market ready program, and the vision was to use public market as an access point for those vendors to take advantage. And most of those vendors are minority-owned vendors and people of color, which we really want to support as a city for many years. And our actions during budget also reflect where we are going. So this project as an outlet to provide those opportunity, I'm very disappointed to see what happened with EDA grant, which put council in a really tricky situation. I wish we could have, at least if I was aware as an alder at that point, I could have bring something to the council and take a responsibility for capital budget amendment and have a discussion. And I also acknowledge 6 days is not good enough time, but with tight financial situation, there are some hard choices we have to make, and that boat has been sailed. And now we are at a position where we have to see $5.5 million and perhaps more money as the time delayed and construction cost goes up. I still feel really committed to this project, and I do think so. If we could do perhaps some, some donation from, as Matt mentioned, $1 million, some engineering saving, and some capital borrowing, capital budget as amendment time is coming, and move this project forward, as many people have many dreams attached to this project. And I do feel like this will be the one step backward for the promises and the direction we give to the community regarding this project. And not only this is not only a project, this is really, as I mentioned, an opportunity to unlock businesses for minority owned. So I would be really supportive of that. And I do think so we should give direction to, again, I'm not a finance committee member, but my opinion would be giving direction to the staff to go for $1 million, and perhaps we as a council can decide during our budget to allocate some money and get this shovel ready project done. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Yes, I will not be supporting taking 5.2 million out of TID 42. This project started way before I became alder, but one of my concerns with this project being 15 years in the making is not that it's 15 years in the making, is what's going to happen in the future. And what is going to be our financial constraints to keep this project floating. So I'm asking staff to really look at, and staff has dedicated a lot of time to this. So my ask is just really adding more burden to them, unfortunately, but I am asking staff to look into other ways to assist in this project. But my concern is how viable this project's going to be as we go forward.
Thank you, Alder. President Furman.
I too won't support taking money from South Madison for this project. The cost of this just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. And at some point, we need to decide to stop throwing good money at bad. I think if you would have asked people when this project started, being talked about a long, long time ago, would you be okay with the city spending $15 million plus on it? I think most people would have said, no, that's insane. That's a lot of money. It's still very unclear to me how this is going to operate without an operating subsidy. And I think if we put more money towards it, we certainly will give it an operating subsidy if it needs it, because we're not going to shut it down after investing that kind of money. I think one thing being lost in the discussion about the tax credits and the other funding that we're looking at from the government is we actually wouldn't have been able to shut it down if it wasn't successful. So in some ways, we actually dodged a bullet there. Not having to deal with operating subsidies because we would have just been tied into keeping it going. I think one was 7 years, and I think another one was at least 10 years plus if we had gotten that funding. But I don't think this is a great location. I don't think this is a great use of public money. And I think it's time to say that this is a mistake and we need to move on.
Thank you, Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I have one more question if that won't get me in trouble.
No, go ahead.
The remaining the federal grant possibility that's floating around there, the $1 million that Matt, you mentioned kind of a September deadline. Sort of what action do you think that the city would need to take to reassure, to make that funding, to be able to apply for that funding? Just the discussion here tonight, because if we, if we have to go to TIF money, we're also not going to know for a while. Or if we should change our mind to do GO through a capital budget amendment, that's going to be a while, or through the regular process of the budget in November. So if you could just talk a little bit about the deadline on that.
Sure. So the pool of funding that we believe is available, well, we know it's available, is ARPA funding. And so similar to other ARPA funding pots throughout the federal government, it's a sort of it doesn't fit within kind of neatly within, historic program guidelines that they had. It's my understanding that, they want to commit the dollars that they have by the end of the fiscal year. And we as a city would need to submit an application, and it's not a very complicated application. We have most of it already completed. But what they're going to look for is are you as a city committed to seeing this project move to fruition? And our application will be in a pool with other applications from around the country competing for dollars. They're going to want, they're going to probably reach out to our federal delegation to kind of get their input on the project. So, we definitely can apply. We're definitely able to do it by the end of the month. But, our federal delegation and the USDA is going to want to know that, that the city's behind this project in order for them to have interest in providing funding, additional funding to the project.
Okay, great. And I've got the floor. I'll just give a little bit of my thoughts. And the thing that I'm struggling with a little bit is for vendors that we've been working with for a long time and have, had folks that have been building up their business plan and making good faith efforts towards this. So that the struggle I'm having is trading that off between, are we going to put an additional, let's just say 5 million, so assume we're optimistic and we can get a couple extra million here and there. Is that 5 million, this substantially new big funding requirement that we have to find, is that worth seeing through our commitment to the vendors that we've been working with through our different programs? And I don't know, I'm still thinking about it. I don't have a vote tonight, and we're not voting on anything anyway, but that's the struggle that have been going through as we've been getting all the contacts from folks the past week or so. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate what Alder Paulson has said about, all the emails that we have received as council members, and the understanding that a lot of people have been working a long time and have looked to this as a way to grow their business or establish a new business, or any number of things that are good and that we want to support. I share the concerns that have been expressed by President Furman and Alder Carter about taking money from TID 36 that is currently designated to TID 42 and could be allocated to the new TID 51. With the expenses that we have, that will be our responsibility with the attachment of the town of Madison. There's so much there. I guess Matt mentioned $100 million of anticipated infrastructure expenses in this area in South Madison alone. as good as the people claim this project could be, why they make the argument for taking $5.2 million out of the TID and solving the funding gap here. Just basic economics 101 understanding of the true cost of something is the foregone opportunity, the opportunity cost. So we have to look at what taking that money away from South Madison and what would not be funded by doing that. It's not like we have $5.2 million just sitting there with that. There's no need or no thought of how we're going to spend it. At least I don't believe that's the case. So my counsel and recommendation to staff would be to not go that direction, to explore other sources of funding, to go back to the foundation and to the business community, for whom, if they believe that this could succeed, I frankly have some questions about this location, but if they believe that this is an urgent need and can succeed, that money exists within the corporate community of the philanthropic community in Madison. And I don't think we should be taking money, like I said, out of these other projects in the absence of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair. Alder, you're muted. Or we're not hearing you for some reason. You're not on mute. Yeah, we got nothing. You want to check your audio settings?
Alder Fair, you can check your speaker settings by going to the bottom left-hand corner of your interface and clicking the up arrow.
Near the mute button, the up arrow next to the mute. Sorry, Alder.
Yeah, it looks like the internal microphone on your laptop or computer might not be working right now. If you have like a headset or headphones or something, that might be something that you can try. There you go.
Yeah.
And you might have to adjust your microphone again by clicking that up arrow by the mute button. Probably selecting headphone.
Okay.
I'll reach out to you via email.
Sorry, Alder. Feel free to let us know offline. All right, I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So thank you all for the questions and the conversation. Obviously, this is not the end of this item or topic. I do encourage you to reach out directly to me or to Matt if you have additional questions or thoughts on how to bring the project forward, or if to bring the project forward. So with that, we'll move on to item 26, which is the executive capital budget. And we are taking up the briefings. And Dave, do we want to start with a staff briefing? Is that right?
Yes, Mayor.
Finance staff?
Yep.
Right.
Christine has a PowerPoint that she'll share, and the two of us will walk through it.
Great.
Good evening, everyone. Before we start our capital budget briefings, Dave and I will provide a quick overview of what to expect for the next 2 days. So we'll just spend a few minutes going through the budget resources and how to read the capital budget, provide some high-level overview of the executive budget by element and funding source, and then talk about the process for the rest of the hearings. So first, you can find all of our budget materials on the city's website at cityofmadison.com/budget. If you click on the capital page, you'll see several sections. First, if you can navigate between the executive budget and the original agency requests. Under the executive section, you can find the executive summary that has a high-level overview of what is included in the budget, as well as a link to a project map that's an interactive ArcGIS map where you can see where projects are located across the city. There's also a section that has introductions and summaries that include summary tables for the entire budget, as well as some of our policies on budget submissions, special assessments, and other policy areas. And then the bulk of the budget is the agency budgets themselves. So you can click on a specific agency to view what's included in their submission. So if you were to select on an agency, you'd see the same sections in each agency budget. Everyone starts off with a summary that's 1 to 2 pages long. There's a table that lists all of the projects and programs that are included in their capital budget with a breakdown of funding by year. And then there will be a table that compares the 2022 adopted capital improvement plan to the 2023 executive capital improvement plan, as well as a narrative that highlights major changes between the two. The next section is a budget overview that has a few different views of the budget. The first table is total expenditures by type. So it shows what we're paying for, whether that's paying for a building, a bike path, land, or something else. The next table is a funding source table that shows how we're paying for it, whether that's borrowing, state, federal, or county grants, impact fees, or another source. And you'll notice that the expenditures and funding equal each other. It's just different ways of looking at the same data. Following expenditures and funding, you'll have a borrowing summary that shows how much of the budget is being proposed to be funded through general obligation borrowing, and an estimate of the debt service for that borrowing. And then the table below shows the total budget broken out by borrowing and other funding sources. Following this table, there will be a section on reauthorizations that Dave will cover in a later section of the slide. But after the reauthorizations, you'll have a breakdown of all of the projects. There will be a project description that explains what exactly the project is doing, and the breakdown of funding by source by year. And finally, the last page of each section will be an appropriation schedule for 2023. And this summarizes appropriations for 2023 only. Here you'll see what the agency originally requested and the amount that's included in the executive budget. If a project is only scheduled for an out year, say the funding starts in 2024 or 2025, you will not see it on this table. This is just what's appropriated in 23. So now that you have a handle on what's included in each of the agency sections, we'll provide a brief overview of the overall executive budget. In 2023, the executive capital budget is requesting $368.4 million. And over the course of the 6-year capital improvement plan, the total budget is about $1.27 billion. This table shows the total funding by year by element, and the elements are pulled from the Imagine Madison Comprehensive Plan that identifies elements of a great city. And you can see each year is broken out by the elements, and you can see that about half of the funding is going to land use and transportation. And given the nature of the capital improvement plan, that makes sense. Land use and transportation encompasses projects like BRT, road reconstructions, bike paths, sidewalks, and a lot of the infrastructure that you associate with capital projects. This chart compares what was adopted in 2022 to what is included in the 2023 executive budget. So the blue bars show what was adopted in 22 compared to the pink bars in 2023. And the solid color is geo borrowing, and the hashed color is other sources. So you'll notice that the 2023 budget is pretty significantly higher than what was adopted and anticipated in 2022 for 2023. There are a couple of reasons. One is there are assumptions of significant federal funding. And you can see that this hash line is more than double than what we anticipated in prior years. There are also adjustments across the SIP to anticipate increased costs due to inflation and other factors. In 2023 alone, some of the major projects that are driving this big gap that you see here include a little over $48 million for the State Street Garage project. Last year, that was on the Horizon list, and this year, the full funding for the project is included in 2023. It includes federal grants such as $23 million in small starts funding for to have a fully electric bus rapid transit fleet, $11 million from various funding sources for the permanent men's shelter in the CDD budget, $20 million for a Safe Streets for All grant and a traffic engineering budget. That's a mix of federal funding and a local match, a $10 million inflation adjustment for the East-West BRT, and $7.8 million for an increase in the Village on Park redevelopment. And throughout the budget, in the budget highlights in the agency sections, we'll note where projects had increases. And also the 23 budget goes out to 2028. That was not included in last year's SIP. And the 2028 budget right now is anticipated at 167 million, with a little over 100 million being geo borrowing. Just quickly looking at the overall funding sources across the 6 years of the SIP, over half of the budget is being funded through general obligation borrowing, followed by intergovernmental revenues. That includes federal, state, and county grants. Other sources include TIF proceeds, impact fees, and many other sources, followed by reserves applied and revenue bonds from water, sewer, and storm. And Dave?
Thanks, Christine. So one view that we do when we present the capital budget is to look at, paying that geo borrowing back, and that debt service is in the operating budget. We've shown this graph for many years, and this is just the debt service from general fund supported borrowing as a share of the general fund budget. You can see the history back to 2015, where it was about 14% of the budget. It's up to about 16.4% in 2022 and over 17% by 2023. And that'll increase to about 20% of the budget by 2029. Now, these are obviously projections, and a lot of assumptions are made around the pace of borrowing. We do project debt service in 2023 to be about 61 million, although that will probably shift as we're finalizing the executive operating budget. The 2023 executive capital improvement plan does increase general fund debt service compared to 2022 when we look at the same overlapping period of time, namely the 2024 through 2028 operating budgets. So some of that is Christine went through before. It's a larger capital improvement plan compared to 2022 for a variety of reasons. And then also projects to, there's more of that funding earlier in the SIP than in the 2022 capital improvement plan. So obviously that adds some more interest costs than what was assumed relative to the 2022 SIP. Next slide. Just to give you a historical time series of the size of the capital budget from a GO perspective. The dark part of the bar graph that you see here is the new general obligation borrowing added in each capital budget for all of those years. The lighter colored part of the bar, lighter green, is what was reauthorized from prior year or prior years. And you can see that we started really having reauthorizations as the capital budget really accelerated starting in 2007. A lot of that was related to reconstructing streets throughout the city. A lot of investments needed to be made as infrastructure, perhaps built in the 60s and 70s, was reaching its useful life. And then the capital budget has continued to increase over the last 10 plus years. And that carry forward sort of reauthorized GO borrowing has increased commensurately. The line that you see here is how much borrowing we've actually done each year, and then what's projected to happen next year relative to what's in the 2023 capital budget. And you can see that we don't really borrow everything that's authorized each year. And so when you look back to 2000, we've borrowed a little over 2/3 of what's authorized. Over the last 10 years, we've borrowed under about 60%. And if you look just over the last few years, it's even less than that. So the capital budget's getting larger and larger, and some of those projects, for whatever reason, maybe it's timing or we have to have all the budget authorized in 1 year and it won't be spent for multiple years. It means that we're carrying over more. And we determine how much to borrow each year through an exercise where we reach out to all the agencies that have capital projects and really try to get a sense of what the cash flow needs are of each project over the upcoming 6 quarters. Next slide. So we've tried to be more transparent with those carry forward appropriations and carry forward unused GO borrowing. And so what these carry forward appropriations do is they reauthorize borrowing for projects that may have been approved in prior capital improvement plans, prior capital budgets. So the example here is a project may have been approved in 2022, but the work is going to continue into 2023. And the appropriation will not be fully used, and the borrowing to fund that appropriation may not be fully issued. And so there won't be anything new in 2023 that will show as a new project, but it is carried forward, and we've been showing that as an attachment to the budget and a summary in the front of the budget. And that summary in the front of the budget includes projects that are carrying forward $1 million or more of GO borrowing. We've now added another effort at transparency, which is to show those projects that are carrying forward unused appropriation authority and unused GO borrowing from in each of the agencies. And here's an example for the community development budget. This table shows all of the approved capital projects from prior years. The number is the number within the financial system that just identifies the project, the title of the project. The unused appropriation authority is the total authority to spend, the total remaining budget. And then and that can be funded from a variety of different funding sources. And then we also show the reauthorized GO borrowing, meaning this is what's left of GO borrowing that has been approved in prior capital budgets and is still available to issue to fund the costs of that unused appropriation authority. So we've tried to add more detail on that to each of the agency budgets, and Christine went through that when she spoke about the structure of the presentation of each of the agency capital budgets.
Great, thanks, Dave. I know that was a very quick overview of everything, but we wanted to make sure to leave plenty of time for the agency briefings. I sent the slides out just before the meeting, but we had one small schedule change within the order for today. So we are going to be starting with public spaces, so library and Monona Terrace, and then we'll move to PCED, public health and public safety, and end with administration. And tomorrow's meeting will be a continuation of this meeting, so there's no separate public comment, and we'll start right with the rest of the briefings, wrapping up the administration agencies, followed by engineering, public works, and transportation. In terms of the format, we've asked agencies, Mayor.
Christine, can you just send me the new order so I can call on people in the right order?
Yes.
Thank you.
We've asked department heads and staff to prepare a brief presentation, so about 10 minutes or less. Each agency will have about 1 to 4 slides, and we ask them to really focus on significant projects or major changes in the SIP, so they might not talk about everything in their presentation, but you're welcome to ask questions during the Q&A and discussion that's to follow. And as a reminder, we are starting the amendment process with the Finance Committee as well. So after the briefings, if there are amendments you would like to propose, we encourage you to first reach out to agency staff who would be impacted by the changes to discuss the scope and feasibility of your proposals. Copy myself or one of the budget analysts on those communications, so we're aware of what's coming down the pipeline. And we ask that you submit your initial amendments by next Wednesday, the 21st at noon. The idea doesn't have to be fully fleshed out, but we need to know that it's coming and that you're working on it. And we aim to publish final amendments by Friday, the 23rd at noon. And just procedurally, any alder can propose a Finance Committee amendment, but you do need a Finance Committee member to sponsor it. And you can reach out to any of your colleagues here, to the council president, to be a courtesy sponsor. I will be sharing my slides with the agency briefings throughout, and so department heads, just let me know when to advance the slides, and I'll try to pull them down when we move into discussion so we can all see each other in the gallery. But are there any questions before we get started?
Any questions on the overview or the process? Alder Vitiver?
I am so sorry. I am still really struggling with the carry forward piece. And I think what I'm struggling with is understanding what is a total. So we have an unused appropriation authority and a reauthorized borrowing. Are we supposed to then total those two columns to say that that's what our total GO borrowing is? Or are we only looking at the reauthorized GO borrowing as what our 2023 GO borrowing is? I don't know if my question was clear.
So yeah, no, that's a great question. So what you see in the capital budget summaries is solely the new GO that's proposed. And then separately, we have the total of the carry forward GO borrowing. And I'll just focus on that for the moment. So if you want to just look at the total GO that'll be in effect authorized in the budget, you would add those two numbers together. So we've been focusing in the capital budget over the last few years solely on the new projects and the new GO added. And then, so that's what we present in the summaries. And then the carry forward is just what's been approved in prior years, but we have to have that authorized with each budget. So if you want to say, this is the total, Christine, if you could put that slide back up of the history of the capital budget. Anyways, you can see there, Alder Vitiver, what that total amount would be for GO. It's up there. I don't see it yet, but so this graph, you'll see the bar here for 2023 executive. The dark line or the dark part of the bar is what's the new projects in the capital budget, and that's what you see in all the summaries. The light green is the carry forward GO borrowing authority. So this is sort of the total that's authorized for 2023 only.
Okay, so that's the total authorized, but then the line is what we actually expect to spend.
Borrow, that's a separate thing. That's more just to give you a comparison. We don't talk about that at all in the capital budget. That's just what we'll actually issue, sell as debt. And that's what we've sold as debt over the last 22 years.
Okay, so I guess my interest is, what are we actually paying interest on in the operating budget?
Well, we're paying principal and interest back on whatever we're borrowing each year.
So on the line as opposed to the bars added up.
The line is what we borrow each year. Now we haven't obviously paid that off in the prior year. We pay it off over 10 years. So it's a combination of, we primarily borrow on 10-year promissory notes. So it's going to be 1/10 roughly of the principal amount plus interest on that. And then we pay down that principal over 10 years. So the total debt of the city right now is over $500 million of GO that we have outstanding. And then we're paying debt service, total GO debt service of about $100 million a year. The general fund portion of that is, as we pointed out, about $60 million. And then what we're showing in terms of unused appropriation authority, that's the total authority to spend for that project. That might have multiple funding sources. So one funding source might be general obligation debt, another might be federal money, another source of it might be state grants, for example. It could be stormwater fees. So, and those, an individual project that has remaining unused appropriation authority could have sources of funding from multiple places that support that total amount. So we're showing you both the total authority to spend, which is that unused appropriation authority, and then we're showing you the GO just because that's everybody's interest, and that's kind of what plays out into the property tax, for example, the remaining GO borrowing authority for each of those projects. We'd be happy to talk to you further offline if you want to delve deeper into all of this. So
Thanks, Alder. Other process questions? All right, seeing none, then Alder Fair. Do we have
Can
audio?
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Well done, Alder. All right, so then let's go to our first agency, which is library.
Good evening, everyone. As the slides come up, I think Christine will just skip the fine print with 10 minutes and we'll go just to the highlights and major changes. I'd like to give everybody a quick update on the Reindahl Park Imagination Center, where it stands right now. We began our schematic design back in May. We anticipate that that will be completed by the end of 2022. We'll be entering into our next phase of the project, which is what's budgeted within the CIP. That will begin with design development, which is developing the interior design of the space, followed by construction documents. We hope to have those completed by September of 2023. And then more likely it would go out to bid in October of 2023, according to our current time frame. So one thing I would point out, and Alder you alluded to, is how this money is spent out. Public Works, since this is a public works project, we ask for all those funds up front, the 15 million. This will actually be spread out over a 3-year process, with the majority of it going to be expended in 24 and 25. Moving on to the Central Library renovation. This is a project that we've elected to move back to 2025 to make sure that we had our maintenance capacity to really address the issue. This is something that we want, is important for us. This will put the Central Library renovation at about 12 years since we opened. So trying to maintain and improve on the wear and tear that's been happening in the building. Also, it gives us an opportunity. We've had 10 years now to really examine how the space has been used. And with the renovation at this point, we want to engage the community again and find out. That's what the 250,000 is, to really say, did we get it right? What kind of changes do we make? Instead of just making flat renovative changes, there's definitely going to be repairs needed, but that's the reason, again, for delaying, to really bring community input into this renovation. Moving next, we have a 10+ year flooring replacement. That's been pushed back again, basically on capacity issues, but also to include the Meadow Ridge Library in 2026. I kind of chuckled, the 10+ years actually probably closer to 20+ years with some of our libraries, with Ashman and Sequoia. Next is our Library Support Center siding. This was a building that we adapted for our library support, which is our maintenance staff, our headquarters for our IT, for our library operations. That was an adapted building, a gray electrical warehouse that we adapted for that purpose. What we've noticed is we've had a lot of weather conditions that would require siding to be placed on the outside of the building. That was addressed in last year's budget. With the price of increase in steel, we're looking for an additional $250,000. The next item is our neighborhood library LED upgrade. This has been going great. We've seen tremendous improvement in the lighting capacity of all of our facilities where we've been able to complete this. We've completed 5 of our 6 neighborhood libraries with this, but we'll still need some additional funds now to complete out that run to complete the Goodman South Madison Library at $300,000. The Key Scan Central and remaining libraries, what that refers to is all of our libraries are based on swipe cards. Right now we have 2 systems operating and competing with each other. So a lot of us end up carrying 2 cards. This is just to bring commonality to this entire system. And we're hoping to accomplish that by 2024. And then we've added in, that's an addition from what we've had before in 2022. And the other addition was in conjunction with the Central Library renovation. We really want to embrace our green and resilient efforts in the renovation. So that will be, again, another upgrade of the LED lighting within this building. It was unfortunate when Central Library was built. It was right at that verge of, do we go fluorescent, do we go LED? And LED at that point was super expensive. And unfortunately, we didn't get it done now, and now we're paying the piper. We do have a good solar array now. We'd like to definitely expand on what our solar array is at Central, and then convert all of our hot water to solar as well with that expansion to support that. Christine, next slide. When we're looking at our priorities right now, of course, we have to put at the very top our core services. That's going to be our library collection. That's just going to be the major repairs and replacement that we put always at the top of our list to ensure that all of our facilities are welcoming to the community and that we have resources available for them to use. Our next highest priority remains the Imagination Center at Wyandotte Park. All of our research from our East Side Strategic Plan completed in 2016 and continued with the scoping study in 2020 really showed a definite evidence of equity that needed to happen in this part of the city and to bring these resources to this particular area, part of the city. There's a number of service gaps that we hope to help fill. Also, since we've initially introduced this project, we'll also be looking at helping support the adjacent shelters that will be going into this area of the city. There's been a request from the NRTs to add an additional NRT to this particular neighborhood. And then, of course, we've always had the conversation with underserved students in this area, particularly among BIPOC students. Following that, in our priority list is, again, the Central Library renovation. Again, this is just something that really we need to stay on top of. It was something, unfortunately, with the previous building, it got away. It's easy to not make continuous improvement to your buildings, but then you end up replacing them down the road. So this is something right at 10 years would be a perfect time to really look at how it's held up, what improvements we need to make structurally to the spaces. And then also, as I mentioned, having a robust community conversation about, do we repurpose the building in any possible way that would be more beneficial for community use? That would be coming up. And then in the spirit of Madison's initiative to really go as green as we possibly can, we would be following that up with our proposal to complete the LED lighting at all of our neighborhood libraries, and then later on in the CIP to bring that to our central library. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Greg. Are there questions for library? Going once. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. You know you can count on me with questions.
I do.
At budget time. So welcome, Greg, and congratulations. And moreover, thanks for agreeing to allowing us to renew your employment agreement. I'm thrilled. I know we all are. And so speaking of employment agreements, I was as excited as I was to know that you're not going anywhere. I was really saddened to know that Jenny is leaving the Library Foundation. And Oscar Rennebaum Foundation obviously stole her away from us, or made her an offer she couldn't refuse. The reason I'm asking about all this is I know it's not a one-woman operation at the foundation by any means, but with her imminent departure, I am concerned about the private fundraising that we're counting on for the Imagination Center, the Central Library 10-year renovation, albeit delayed and so forth. Can you, I don't know, you certainly feel free to speak generally to my concerns about the foundation and the amazing work they've done under Jenny's leadership all these years. But beyond that, could you remind us how much of that, is it 4.5 million that I think is included in the 23 capital budget and private fundraising for the Imagination Center? How much of that is confirmed and committed by the foundation?
Great question, Alder Revere. And yeah, I wasn't happy to hear about that, but I am very happy that Jenny has this opportunity to work with the Rennebaum Foundation, and perhaps we've got a nice insight to the Rennebaum Foundation as well.
Exactly.
But,
think optimistically.
Going beyond that, to address your question, and this is again another major lift that the library always takes on with our capital projects. She came on board. She's been with us 12 years. So her first project was Central Library, of which she raised over $9 million toward. And subsequently, she's raised private funds for all of our building projects with Penny Library, with the Meadow Ridge. And the ask was for over $4 million for the Imagination Center at Rydell Park. What I can address is that the foundation did complete a feasibility study. And one of the first questions we had for that party that conducted that is, with the departure of Jenny, how would that be impactful to this? And what they were very intentional to find out from the donors that they interviewed for the feasibility study is that the commitment is really toward the library. The commitments toward our mission, the work that we do, and it wasn't completely reliant on Jenny being in that leadership position. And that was something that when we conduct feasibility studies, that's very important for us to understand and to know what the level of commitment would be from our donors. We've began doing some follow-up to that, and we're finding that the commitment from our donors is still there to the project. So thanks for the question. And yes, indeed, Jenny will be greatly missed.
Thank you, Greg. So the $4.5 million that's in the executive capital budget is committed, and these are donations that folks have made pledges in writing, or do you know where we are, how far we've gotten it to that extent?
Yeah, we don't have pledges yet. The campaign hasn't officially started. What we did was the feasibility study. What the company did that conducted the study did say to us is that they gave us a green light on the project, which is fairly rare that they do that. They'll a lot of times give either a red light, you don't have a chance of raising the funds. They'll give you a yellow light, which is typically there's a great chance that you can. They gave us a green light on this project, saying we feel the potential to raise those funds is definitely there. What we're hoping, and as the project moves forward, that the campaign can really begin to kick off. We're also waiting for the completion of our schematic so that the foundation has some drawings to be able to share with donors as well.
Good to hear. Thank you for the update. The other area I was just curious about is central library renovation. I understand, I read in your agency budget request, the rationale, and I understand it, accept it. What I was curious about, though, is from your observations, and obviously you have several colleagues with you here tonight as well. Maybe I'm looking at Mark specifically, since I always see him as a facilities guru for library all these years. But from your experience, what do you think the most pressing need is for Central from a physical point of view? I remember when we've included this in the SIP for the last many years, we talked about third floor flooring needing replacement, obviously AV painting, that sort of thing, new furnishings and fixtures. And so I was just curious, how do you see the condition currently, and what do you think are the most pressing needs outside of the community engagement process that we would engage in down the road?
Well, it said how the space might be repurposed. As far as the conditions, I'll defer to Mark Benno. He'll really be able to explain more about the physical condition of the building.
Yes, thank you, Greg, and nice to see you, Alder Revere. The main things that I see facility-wise will be that third floor flooring. We will be having to look then at some major mechanicals as well, perhaps our chillers. But structurally, the building is doing very well. I think a lot of it is going to be, as Greg touches upon, is areas that we thought back in 2010 would perform a certain public service that they are not really at this time doing. A teen area that often doesn't have teens in it. An area where we thought we were going to have a cafe that is some really underutilized space. So I think it's mainly going to be looking at how to get a better service out of these areas rather than major facility or mechanical. And a lot of the facility is being addressed in the adjunct project, which is the LED lighting upgrade and the new solar panels and solar hot water.
The
Thank
other
you,
thing I
Martin.
would add to that, Alder Bevere, is what we're learning from our planning with the Imagination Center of Rydell Park. And that's opening the opportunity of more partnerships with community agencies and creating a space perhaps for additional deliveries of service that we currently can't perform at the library with our staffing levels. And again, perhaps rethinking that service model and what our collaborations could be, what our partnerships could definitely bring additional resources to that downtown location.
Yeah, thank you both very much. It's good to see you as well, Mark. I'll just say in closing here that as I'm back at Central regularly after the worst of the pandemic, that I would make those same observations in terms of the spaces that are underutilized and should be reimagined there. So appreciate your observations and certainly hope that the chiller and everything else that you listed there, Mark, can hold off for the major renovation down the road. So thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder Rivera. Alder Carter?
Yeah, Mark or Greg, whoever. This is a specific question on the area that was a coffee bar. Is that area going to be renovated into something else or pass through? Do you have plans for that?
We don't have any definite plans, Alder Carter, at this point. I think what we've learned from our other building projects is to draw our inspiration from the community and allow them to help us decide how that space could be repurposed instead of us just marching ahead thinking this is our best shot. So that's to come. That's really to come. And that's really the purpose of that initial designer charrette conversation that we'll be having with the community to say, what do we do with this space? I mean, at one point we felt we were going to have a contract with just bakery. They were going to bring in their product. They were going to train staff on a retail atmosphere at our downtown library. Those types of things might possibly be obtainable. That one particular example didn't work out, but that's what we hope to explore with our community conversation.
Thank you.
Any other questions for library? Seeing none. Thank you, Greg and Mark and Chrissy, for being here, and Susan and Lori. I think you're all librarians, right? I use the word broadly. Thank you all, and we will go on to Monona Terrace. Do we have Connie here? There you are.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. You can go on to the second page. So we'll start with our building and building improvement section of our capital budget. We didn't have any changes for our 2023 budget that we submitted this year compared to last year. The major projects include rooftop tile replacement and carpet purchases for our 2024 renovation. Those were the two largest dollar amounts. We will also be replacing some restroom fixtures, wood doors, and doing some technology upgrades. Our hearing assistance system is very obsolete. We're doing more lighting control upgrades and then replacing our very old server as well. And then in our machine and other equipment, we did go up $5,000 from our 2021 submission. That was due to price increases on two of the larger items. And then our major projects there are replacing all of the banquet chairs, replacing pipe and drape and bases, stage skirting, replacing the rooftop stage and stairs, replacing our carpet cleaning equipment, and then more technology projects, replacement of wireless microphones, two-way radios, and projector replacements. And then for 2024, so 23 is kind of the buildup for our 2024 renovation. The 2024 renovation amount for building and improvements did increase by $285,000, and that was due to needing to replace existing exhibition hall lighting and increased pricing for the wireless network upgrade. And then under machinery and other equipment for 2024, that also went up by $50,000. And that was because we identified the need for an upgrade of our fire pump control system. And just a little bit more on kind of the renovation. So every 10 years, we do a renovation in the building. We purchase new equipment to replace dated or obsolete equipment, things that are have reached their end of life or are past end of life. And then we update finishes. Mostly that's carpeting, but it can be other items as well. And that's really it. I guess the other important thing I should note is that some of this will be general obligation borrowing, but it will be paid back through the room tax fund as all of our, some of our revenues come from room tax, and then the rest we generate on our own. And that's all I have. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Alder Revere does not have any questions. Thank you, Connie, for your presentation.
I serve on Connie's board, Alder Furman, or President Furman, so I hope I understand our budget.
That is fair. You're also on room tax, so you see this stuff as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions from Finance Committee members or alders? Okay, not seeing any. We will move on to our next presentation. I believe it's from the CDA redevelopment.
Hello. So I'll be presenting on CDA redevelopment. There's really two major changes in our budget going forward. The first is how we're handling public housing redevelopment. In previous years, how we showed this was $250,000 of general obligation borrowing that we would use for planning activities as we redevelop our public housing sites, with the capital to be handled separately in Community Development Division's budget. And so moving forward, what we're proposing to do is eliminate the $250,000 of geo borrowing here. And instead, what we're showing is the $2 million of affordable housing funds that sits in Community Development Division's budget, but would be loaned to CDA redevelopment just on the same terms that they would loan to any other developer. It's a financing structure that works well with affordable housing. And so that's $2 million a year going forward. And projects that would go to fund are things like, right now we are in kind of the final planning stages for redeveloping Teresa Terrace public housing. So you see on the left, it's currently a duplex. In the future, we'd be building townhouses. We're in planning stages and a variety of other public housing sites and other tax credit related developments. So Allied Drive, our Truax public housing. We have a variety of scattered site housing that is in need of redevelopment. So the plan for the CDA is to rebuild this portfolio of affordable housing. And so that's really what that is. So we want to be transparent in the budget and show that, yes, we are spending $2 million, but that money is coming from CDD's Affordable Housing Fund. So that is that one. Go ahead a slide. The other major item is the redevelopment of the Village on Park. So this is an additional $7.8 million of TIF from TID 42. And that's to pay for, on one hand, there was the scope changed slightly as we had to do more intense stormwater and site work, as well as we added public art to the project. But really the majority of this is reflecting construction cost inflation from 2021 to spring of 2023, when the project would when the next round of bidding would happen. We're already under some construction with the demolition of the north building. So of that $7.8 million, $5 million of it has already been approved by the Joint Review Board in a project plan amendment that went through earlier this year. The additional $2.8 million is really to cover the anticipated inflation between August of this year and March of next year, by the time we would let the next contract and get it out to bid. So those are the two, they're really the only items in CDA redevelopment. So that's what we have. I can take any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matt on CDA redevelopment? Seeing none. Then we'll go on to community development. Jim?
Thank you, Mayor. Members, thanks for the opportunity to present tonight. I am joined, as I frequently am, by Lynette Rhodes, who will be able to answer questions or help answer questions if any arise. So in the Community Development Division budget, you will note what is, at least for us, a pretty substantial increase in proposed capital spending. It's especially pronounced in 2023, where some $14 million more is being requested compared to the current year. Let me explain. Nearly all of this increase comes in support of two proposals, both of which are grounded in the 22 capital improvement plan. First, the construction of a permanent shelter facility that will serve homeless men, and second, an expansion of the city's financial commitment to affordable housing. Christine, if you'd go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I'll start with the men's shelter. We have now what we did not have until late spring. That is a project cost estimate developed by city engineering staff. Our colleagues in engineering have estimated the cost to construct and furnish the facility at $21 million. And though I hasten to add that there are a lot of assumptions and other considerations that are baked into that estimate that will need to be further vetted and perhaps altered as this project proceeds. At the moment, it is our best estimate of project cost. And at present, $10 million of that $21 million total is budgeted, including $4 million of already authorized city borrowing, a $2 million allocation of city administered ARPA funds, $1 million from land acquisition funds out of the Economic Development Division that has already been spent to acquire and hold the property on which we intend to build, and $3 million currently authorized in the county capital budget. So the 23 capital budget needs to account for the balance of the estimated project cost and identify where the remaining $11 million will come from, which it does. First, it recognizes a $2 million federal grant secured earlier this year in a congressional earmark through the good work of Congressman Mark Pocan. Second, the mayor persuaded County Executive Parisi to triple Dane County's contribution to the project, adding $6 million of new funding and bringing the county total to $9 million. And now this executive budget seeks an additional $3 million of GO borrowing, bringing the total of all city-controlled sources to $10 million. The second notable increase in the executive budget supports the Affordable Housing Fund. Mayor approved a request to raise the annual program budget from $7 million up to $10 million beginning in 2023. This is in part a response to the changing landscape in affordable housing, where developers are increasingly foregoing the 9% tax credits that we have leveraged so successfully over the life of this program in favor of 4% credits that are, while less valuable or less powerful, also more plentiful and much easier for developers to access. So as market conditions change, especially the financing of these developments change, we need to make our own adjustments if we are to remain relevant and maintain some ability to achieve our goals around affordable housing. We need, for example, to be prepared to respond to larger scale projects that are increasingly more likely to emerge, fueled by 4% tax credits, where the profiles of the projects are more likely to be in the 150 to 200 unit range than the 70 to 80 units that we've become accustomed to under the 9% financing scenario. And we need to respond to potentially provide an added boost to ensure that these projects can continue to deliver the deeper affordability that we have prioritized. So we sought higher funding in 2023, in part in anticipation of seeing one or more 4% proposals emerge this summer. And that did indeed happen. And in fact, with 5 of 6 proposals submitted in response to our current Affordable Housing Fund RFP, poised to use not 9% credits, but 4% credits, we likely find ourselves, even if this increase is approved, in the somewhat unfamiliar position of having more good proposals than we are able to assist. There's another aspect of this increase that I want to mention, and that is this. We also need to increase our capacity to administer this resources fund and the development projects that it helps make possible. The process of managing the Affordable Housing Fund, from developing and administering now multiple RFP processes. We currently have 3 active RFP processes underway in the affordable housing arena. Evaluating and underwriting proposals that are submitted in response, negotiating project and contract details with developers, providing technical support, and monitoring a growing portfolio of completed developments. All of this is staff intensive. So as we grow the program, we need to add staff to keep up. And this budget grants the authority to draw on program funds to cover up to $250,000 of administrative costs, staff expenses. We're still working on how we would utilize those funds, but this budget provides the opportunity to do that. The last thing about this item to which I want to draw your attention is this. The Affordable Housing Fund derives its funding from a combination of cash generated by closing TIF districts, which is a somewhat irregular and unpredictable source, and by GO borrowing, which is the default source for funding for the program. TIDs don't close every year, and they vary one from the next in the amount of increment they throw off. But as it happens, we have the good fortune of receiving significant contributions to the Affordable Housing Fund from closing TIF districts in each of the next 2 years. Now, these are revenues that we had anticipated in last year's SIP, but the actual receipts will be larger than previous estimates, larger enough to nearly offset the $3 million increase that is included in the executive budget in both 2023 and 2024. So that will help take some of the sting out of the increases, at least from the perspective of added GO borrowing. And Christine, if you can go to the last slide, please, very quickly. Want to draw your attention to the only new capital budget entry in this budget, and that is the creation of a small $150,000 fund to be available if needed to address significant maintenance or repair issues that might arise at any one of 3 temporary facilities that the city has set up to support people experiencing homelessness. They are at Zaire Road, at Carmenta, the former nursing home, and at Dairy Drive. And I'd just like to close by reminding you that the American Rescue Plan funds remain committed in this capital budget to 4 housing-related activities that include the potential acquisition of a property in the Darbo neighborhood owned by the Salvation Army, the development of housing specifically built to serve youth experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness, a program to help address challenges that some in our community face in gaining access to rental housing, and finally, the potential conversion of a hotel property to permanent housing. So I will stop there and am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Jim. Are there questions for community development? Alder Paulson?
Yeah, I have 3 questions. One of them, thanks to Christine and Dave for explaining the in the new transparency on the carry forward borrowing. There's a project in there, 100066, the neighborhood centers, that I can't find in the 2022 budget. And so I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about what that is. And if you don't know, we can take it offline, but we've been having a conversation about this anyway.
Yeah. Thanks, Alder Paulson. I first will say that what you see in that table is not solely from 2022. So it could be a project created in prior years, and there is remaining budget authority that is still there. Now that might mean that the project might not be still used, and we now have a process that's in APM where each year we reach out to agencies to close projects that may not have any activity for a couple of years. So you probably don't see that. I think it was probably created a few years ago to help support some neighborhood center projects, and but we can get back to you with the details of when that was created.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more dumb question that I should know. The Affordable Housing Fund, at one point that was a revolving loan fund. Is that still a revolving loan fund, or is that forgivable loans or just outright grants?
No, Alder Paulson, it is a revolving loan fund, and all of the funds that are made available through it are made in the form of loans. Some of them have long-term deferred payment features, but they are all loans.
Okay, so we continue to add more capital to it as we're growing that up, and I guess inflation and just expended costs are always going to kind of limit that. But are we at the point now where we're actually getting kind of money back in from the first set of go-rounds and actually loaning that back out and in fact revolving it around a second time yet? Or is that still not a significant portion of those funds?
At this point, Alder Paulson, it is a very insignificant portion of the funds. I believe that we are drawing on loan repayments, and they are very small at this point. I believe that we are drawing on those to offset borrowing costs, debt service costs associated with this borrowing. So they're really not at this point much of a factor in the total budget scheme.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, for the project 14354, the reserve fund to maintain temporary shelter facilities, why is there a reason why that is not there's no SIP for the future, like for 2023 only? Is this intended for regular maintenance or special something this year?
It's a fund, Alder Figueroa Cole, that we hope not to need to use. And I think I think how we're proceeding is to get a year's worth of experience under our belts in 2023, see how likely it is that that resource will be needed, and then make an assessment in the 2024 capital budget to whether or not it would need to be continued. We feel a little bit exposed in that we don't have funds set aside. We don't have funds budgeted for any of these three facilities in the event that, at Zire Road, there's some concern about the condition of the roof if we're there for too long. At Carmenta, folks have been nervous about the boiler. So this is just really a safeguard so that we're prepared if something happens, and we'll see whether or not we need it and whether or not we'd need to make a similar request next year.
Thank you. That's all I got for now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
I have the same question about that fund. I'm just wondering, is 100,000, I believe you said, was adequate when you look at three different facilities?
That's a fair question, Alder Carter. We don't have a lot to go on. I think we're drawing, or we did draw in large part on input from our colleagues in city engineering. Again, they've expressed some anxiety about the condition of the roof at Zire. If we stay there too long, not likely that roof is going to be a problem. In 2023, likewise, the boiler has had some repair work done to it. So we just don't have a lot of experience to go on, and wanted to establish a fund, and then again see what kind of experience we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, good to see you. Could you speak just briefly about the youth-centered housing development project that's carried over, and any progress that's being made along those lines?
Yes, so you probably are aware that the larger community has been involved in efforts to secure federal funding to support efforts combating youth homelessness. Those funds have been secured, and as the planning toward their use really begins to accelerate, we're beginning to think ahead. It's now a much more tangible idea that there is a real need for this kind of housing, and we hope there will be other resources available to help support it. I'll defer to Lynette if she wants to jump in. I believe that we are anticipating putting this money out in the form of a request for proposals yet this year. And if not, by the end of the year, the early part of next year. So we'll be soliciting proposals from community partners to proceed with this. We have talked, Alder Evers, I think we've talked quite a bit about perhaps using the property on South Park Street that we already own, that was acquired some time ago for a different affordable housing project. I think that's very much still in the picture, and again, we hope to make that decision soon and put those funds out to bid soon.
1202 South Park, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Hi, Jim, I have some questions that haven't been asked yet about the CDBG's affordable housing work. So can you estimate at this time, how much federal home funding we also anticipate we would have available in the next year, in addition to what's proposed in the executive capital budget and the reserves that we have?
I will take a stab at this, and I think Lynette might be better able to give you specifics. I can tell you that $5 million has been allocated for potential use to support a hotel conversion. That's special. That's one-time funding. I can also tell you that in the RFP processes that are currently underway, in particular, the housing development, the non-tax credit housing development RFP, we have put significant amounts of home funds into the mix. In addition to city affordable housing funds, we've included at least $3 million, and I think perhaps more, of home dollars to supplement city resources and support those RFP support proposals that might bubble up from that particular RFP. That's the best that I can do right now, and again, Lynette may have a bit more detail.
I just want to say, yes, Jim's right. We've been using the home funds to supplement, especially our nonprofit developers. So in this year, we did our Housing Forward RFP, really focused on rental development for nonprofit and home ownership opportunities for nonprofits, which that's the allocation of our home funds. A majority of that goes to those two developments. At this point, we're only getting about 1.5 million of a home allocation. And so that goes really fast now into about, maybe one or two programs or projects a year.
Thank you. So it's your understanding that that's what we should assume in the new year as well, as about that same level of funding from HUD?
Yes. Yep. And then as Jim mentioned, through the American Rescue Plan, they did also give us a one-time special allocation of home funds, which we are currently working along with Dane County to do substantial amendments to our action plans to actually get those funds into our community. But those are one-time only investments.
I see. And thank you for referencing the processes that we've recently done, including the Housing Forward, which, as you well know, includes a couple of downtown affordable housing proposals. Do we anticipate in the new year, obviously, which is our fiscal year, to have the same processes that we've grown accustomed to then? Are those anticipated to be offered again in the new year? That is both tax credit and obviously realizing what you articulated, Jim, about the development community going toward the non-competitive WHEDA at 4% instrument of tax credits. But anyway, both tax credit and Housing Forward for non-tax credit projects.
We definitely, Alder Verveer, anticipate continuing the annual tax credit focused RFP process. That's an annual process. We have, with respect to the non-tax credit RFP process, we have sort of started down the path of making that an every other year event. It tends to lean more heavily on nonprofit developers, and so the volume of activity isn't quite the same as for the tax credit proposals. I would anticipate that would be our approach, unless there's a significant infusion of new funds that we are not expecting at this point, making that an every other year event versus the annual once a year tax credit development proposal solicitation.
I appreciate that. And I can also, share with you and Lynette, Jim, that I have realized that, at least in the case of the nonprofit developer downtown, pursuing those funds, that it's kind of hurry up and wait sort of thing, where because of your processes, we had to rush and get neighborhood meetings in and so forth. And then, things are on the back burner for them.
Well, and actually, Alder Verveer, we've in some respects slowed our process down to accommodate this developer. I think I know who you're talking about.
WHPC, I know you have very much have, and that you kind of, as I understand it, made the decision, which makes a lot of sense to have this.
So as they work through land use approval issues and finalize the design of that project, we're waiting on them, and we're prepared to assist if they get to a place where they're comfortable proceeding.
Exactly, and I appreciate that you've made that funding process be extended as long as necessary to assist these developers to make it work.
And just to be clear, Alder Verveer, so that we're not confusing others, we're extending that process not in the sense of inviting
new applications,
proposals, but in we're responding to those that we received within the parameters of that RFP.
Exactly.
Yep.
And those were due back in February, as I recall. So it's
Is it that long? Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the last question I was curious about, Jim, is the further capitalization of labor costs for your division, and that will allow for you to hire additional FTEs. Can you generally speak to how much of your staff's time is billed to the capital budget? How much of, very generally, is CDD staff currently capitalized costs, and under the executive capital budget proposal, how that will be extended? And I know you said it's too early to say how many FTEs that might be, but can you give us some maybe general ballpark as to what you think this additional flexibility will be in terms of the executive capital budget in that regard, and so forth? I don't know if we'll see it totally flushed out in the executive operating budget in a few weeks or not.
Alder Verveer, I'm not aware that any CDD staff are funded in whole or in part from the capital budget currently. We recognized, again, as this program continues to grow, remember, it was for the first 5 years of its existence, it was a $4.5 million annual program. Under this administration, there's been steady growth in the commitment to the program, and we've gone from having a portfolio of just a handful of projects to I think we're in the 25 to 30 range. Those are projects that, when they're completed, require additional maintenance or monitoring or attention. So we recognize that we couldn't continue to support this program as we have without additional resources. And it was our suggestion, our request, to turn to the capital budget as a source of those funds, because the costs that we're talking about are directly connected to the capital projects that this fund supports. The executive budget authorizes up to $250,000 a year. I don't think we will use that initially. I'm expecting, if I had to say today, that we would be supporting perhaps 2 positions with it to provide some relief to the staff that are currently involved in these different programs.
Thank you. Thank you for educating me. I didn't realize that this would be the first time that we would, in essence, use the capital budget to cover any of the labor costs in CDD. Obviously, we do that with many other agencies, especially in the face of the strict levy limits that are imposed upon us. I don't see the $250,000 figure anywhere in the executive capital budget. Is it in here and I'm just missing it in terms of what would be used for labor costs to administer the programs?
There is.
I don't know, maybe finance staff could answer that too if you don't.
Yeah, there is a reference in the, not finding my.
in the Affordable Housing Development Projects program. No.
Yeah, under on page 28. It is the second bullet point, Alder Verveer, under major changes. The second bullet point under the first bullet point, increased program budget will also support up to $250,000 per year in administrative costs.
Thank you. I see that now under major changes. I was only looking at the project description. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm just curious, can I ask the finance director or Christine, isn't it fairly becoming widespread that we do capitalize labor costs for projects? So that this isn't going to be unique, is it, Dave?
Alder Verveer, I would say it's not unique. I would caution the use of widespread, but it is being used in some parts of the budget where there are some labor costs that can be attributed directly to capital projects.
For example, the planning division budget that's coming up next, I believe, or whatever the new order is, but the arts program.
Right. There are capital projects really that are funded related to the arts. And so there are some labor costs attributed to that.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for CDD? Seeing none, thank you, Jim. Oh, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Could one of you please go into a little bit of detail on the housing consumer loan programs, specifically when it talks about financing home repairs and pay their property taxes and helping seniors homeowners stay in their homes? Do we already have programs established for those? Does that require RFPs? How does that get managed? And is there, is there a place I can go and look up to see who qualifies for that?
Yes, Alder, we do have established programs in the down payment assistance area in the housing rehabilitation, both for homeowners and for owners of rental properties. And we've got what we used to call the reverse mortgage loan program. We now have a longer name that hasn't yet stuck with me, but those are established programs. If you want to hear about them in more detail, I would turn to Lynette to help with that.
So yeah, the consumer lending programs are called out in our budget and are in our capital budget because they are the programs that are operated by the City of Madison and through the Community Development Division. Almost a majority of our programs are, contracted with partners, developers, or nonprofits, but the consumer lending programs are operated through us. So you can go to cityofmadison.com/home loans, and you'll find information on all of the programs, which include, so the City of Madison's Home Buy the American Dream, which is a down payment assistance program for eligible home buyers. We have the Property Tax Assistance for Seniors, which is a program that will help older adults pay their property taxes if they're meet certain criteria. And then we have what we call the Major Rehab Loan Program, which right now the city administers, which will provide up to $25,000 of a loan to do rehab on a loan program. So again, the reason they're called out in our capital budget is they are programs that are operated by the city versus supporting a nonprofit. But again, that's cityofmadison.com/home loans. You'll find all the information on the programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any final questions for CDD? All right, seeing none, thank you, Jim and Lynette. We'll go on to economic development. Welcome back, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor, and good seeing all of you again this evening. Before you is the Economic Development Division proposed 2023 budget. As you can see, there are no changes when compared with the adopted 2022 SIP. And we can probably go to the next slide. Again, our 23 request is consistent with our 23 SIP. We don't have any new requests, significant scope changes, or horizon list requests. Some of the key projects and programs to note within our budget is that we will be launching the South Madison TID, TID 51 in 2023, as well as continuing work on the new State Street TID. We will also be spending substantial time continuing to implement the SBER program. Our budget includes an additional $2 million, and this will fund programs such as our Commercial Ownership Assistance Program, our Business Building Improvement Grant Program, our Neighborhood Business District Program, and the Facade Grant Program. We have funding proposed in 23 to continue our land banking efforts, as well as to continue our Healthy Retail Access Program. We also have some funding to utilize for additional Capital East District implementation activities. So overall, this is really a great budget proposal for EDD that provides us with a lot of funding to provide a variety of different business development services to the community. Prior to concluding, in one moment, I have a sore throat. My apologies. Prior to concluding, Dave Schmidtke wanted me to just briefly provide an overview of the tax increment finance cash flow statements that you'll find within the capital budget. I won't go over them in great detail, but just want to note that we currently have 16 active tax increment finance districts. They are all generally doing very well, as we've been seeing increasing property values throughout the community over the past couple of years. Some of the key projects that will be funded by TIF in 2023 include the State Street Campus Garage, redevelopment of the Village on Park, work associated, as I mentioned before, with the Town of Madison and South Madison more generally. And then also I should note that a significant amount of BRT infrastructure on the west side will be funded in 2023 using tax increment financing. And I would be happy to answer any questions about our overall budget or any questions about these TIF district cash flow statements either here this evening or in the days ahead, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Are there questions on the economic development budget? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us all night, Matt. As you know, there was a bit of confusion at the Downtown Business Improvement District Board meeting a few weeks ago regarding how much SBER funding was available in the greater State Street area, vis-a-vis TID 50. And appreciate that Saran, sent me a follow-up email the other day that you were copied on that explained or attempted to explain why we're no longer accepting any applications for the Building Improvement Grant Program. Can you just before I get into perhaps more of a parochial question about this TID 50, could you just generally share with the committee and all here where we are with SBER funding and the ARPA funding that largely funded that? So for citywide use, how much of that have we exhausted? Whether it be business improvement grant funds, facade grant program, et cetera.
That's a great question, Alder. So by way of background, we received different pots of federal stimulus dollars at different times. There was the CARES Act dollars originally, then there was the new ARPA dollars, and we received ARPA dollars there was a direct appropriation, and then there was funding included in the 2022 budget. So there are different pots of funding that we receive at different times. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to use the oldest funding first. So we've utilized all the CARES Act dollars. Then we're dipping into our direct appropriation of ARPA funding. And now we're dipping into our $2 million that was included in the 22 budget. In some areas, we are spending more than we were anticipating for the ARPA dollars. And in other areas, we are spending a bit less. We originally had anticipated that we would be spending about $500,000 on the building improvement grant program. We have now received well over $1 million of applications for the building improvement grant program. We were actually just in discussions, Saran and I, last week with Andrea Friedman, who's also joining us this evening, to talk about, do we have the ability to spend, more out of our ARPA dollars on those building improvement grant dollars, and we think we do. So we're kind of doing a sort of an internal audit for lack of a better term, and we think we are going to have some capacity to spend more in the building improvement grant program. But we are tracking very well with spending down our ARPA funding.
Yeah, thank you for that background. So as it relates, so I think what you're saying is that by far the most popular program, I don't want to put words in your mouth, in SBER's overall umbrella, is a building improvement grant fund.
Right now, it's sort of tied between commercial ownership assistance and building improvement grant.
Thank you. And so with the work that you and Saran and Andrea and others are doing, crunching numbers and so forth, you think that there's a chance that we might be able to take that unfortunate, no applications will be accepted further off your website because we would actually be able to entertain yet this calendar year additional building improvement grant applications?
Probably not, because we have already received over $1 million of building improvement grant applications, which is why we've stopped accepting them. Because now, even though we've received over $1 million, they likely won't all be eligible, or some individuals maybe will only be eligible for a portion of what they applied for. So we know it's going to be much more than the 500,000 that we had anticipated. And we, so that's why we kind of cut it off. And we think that we would probably be able to fund everyone that has applied at least something. But we don't know exactly for sure how much that is going to be until we actually process all those applications.
Are almost all of them coming in at the maximum allowed?
No.
$50,000?
There's, I would say that about half of them are at $50,000, and the other half are, we're providing in some cases $10,000 to a project. So there are some that are coming in at a lesser amount.
And is business improvement grant the only example where we've had to cease accepting any applications in your office?
Well, we have stopped accepting applications across the board for all building improvement grants at this point.
Right. I mean, beyond that, like, for example, this doesn't affect commercial ownership assistance, facade grants.
Correct.
Sort of thing.
Correct.
Okay. And then as it relates to my parochial question about the State Street TID 50, I think that not to get into the specifics of our bid board meetings, but anyway, that when you appeared previously, it gave the impression that because if your business is located within the TID 50 area, that the funding should be available, and obviously that's not the case. So when you said that you're looking back at the numbers with Saran and Andrea and so forth, is there a chance that the calculations that were done were only $300,000 of the current year TID 50 budget going to these grant programs could actually increase, especially since as I look back at the resolution for the State Street campus garage project, and that the fiscal note anticipated that Epstein Hoon would be receiving funds from the transportation capital budget of $200,000, and that the TID 50 budget was anticipated to be $164,000. Have those numbers changed dramatically? Do you know? Zoran's email said you were looking into that.
Yeah, I don't have a firm answer to that this evening, but that is something that we will continue to follow up with to confirm. So there's kind of two things happening within TID 50 simultaneously. One, we're working on finalizing the design contract for the State Street campus garage. And to your point, I need to do some additional due diligence working with Tom Lynch on what exactly can be funded out of the TE budget versus what can be funded out of the TID. And then what needs to be funded in 2022 versus what can be funded in 2023. So that at the same time, we have building improvement grant applications within that TID district that are coming in. And so the short answer is yes. I mean, if we have the funding available within our TID 50 budget, then we can do more State Street area building improvement grants, but we just haven't firmly pinned down exactly how the cash flow is going to work relative to the State Street campus garage, and then in turn, how much will be available in 2022 for State Street building improvement grants. And then, of course, in 2023, assuming that the council keeps the funding for TID 50 in the budget, we will have then additional funding to do more building improvement grants next year.
Thank you. And that anticipates my next question. So in the executive capital budget under TID 50, as you just alluded to, there are all the economic development grant programs are all combined into one figure, $600,000, correct?
Yes.
In 23?
Yes.
Within your office internally, do you make further differentiation between each of the many programs that EDD offers?
That's a great question. So when you look at it, if a project's located within the TID, then we would have TIF funding available to fund it, whether it's a facade grant project or a commercial ownership assistance program or a building improvement grant program. And then we also have funding for those programs that are in the SBER budget. We have the ability certainly to make the decision that if we are oversubscribing within the TID, that we could use some of the general sort of SBER funding. But our preference would be, for lack of a better term, on a first come, first served basis, as applications are being received within the State Street area for those various business development programs, that we would first use the TIF funding as long as it was available.
Yes, and so to take it a step further, so again, the executive budget proposes $600,000 in funding for these purposes in TID 50 next year. Of that $600,000, Matt, you don't internally say, well, I'm making this up, but $250,000 goes to Tom Otto for facade grants. $300,000 goes to Ruth Rolick for business improvement grants.
We do not, although one slight caveat to that is that there are non-EDD expenditures that we can use those TIF funds for, such as making some improvements to garbage cans and benches and the like within that TID. So one of the things that we haven't done yet, but that we want to do, is sit down with some of our colleagues in mall maintenance and planning and ask ourselves, okay, the budget gives us the authority to spend some funds on some other, streetscape related items within State Street. Do we want to do any of that next year? And we haven't had that conversation yet.
Yes, thank you. Very good point. The language is so broad, it includes like the word infrastructure in the budget and so forth. Yes, absolutely. Lastly, in prior years, as you're aware, we would facade improvement grants were so popular that we would exhaust money in some budget years, and literally we would hold the applications and say, we can start the conversation, start processing the applications, but there's no way funds will be dispersed until the next budget year. Does your office still function that way? Because again, your website is quite stark as it relates to building improvement grants, like no applications will be accepted. We've exhausted all funds, period. Does that mean that someone could not begin a conversation with Office of Business, Resources and even submit an application with the understanding that no funds are available this budget year?
For facade grant or building improvement? grant?
Either.
Well,
they did differently, Matt.
For facade grant, I mean, we're kind of like doing well, for lack of a better term, and that I think we're still under budget for the year for facade grant. So I don't foresee that being an issue this year for facade grants, unless Tom corrects me that he's suddenly sitting on a bunch of applications. I mean, for building improvement grant program, the challenge that we have is that from a staff capacity standpoint, when the application was over, we were getting a lot of inquiries about the program and, what does this mean on the application? How do I do this? How do I do that? We've now received over $1 million of applications from people that are very interested in getting their projects moving forward and figuring out whether or not we have the capacity to, or whether or not they're going to have funding from this program to help with their project. So one of the challenges is by keeping the application open, we end up spending a lot of staff time working with applicants, new applicants, and then we have less time to actually review and work with the businesses that have already replied. So that's kind of the reason that we indicate that we've stopped accepting new applications, so that we can focus on the $1 million worth of applications that we have and work with those entrepreneurs and see if it's a go or no go with them, rather than spending staff time working with additional potential applicants.
I understand. Well, thank you very much, Matt, and I certainly hope you have some good news for us in the coming days after crunching the numbers further with your colleagues in the division. So thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for economic development? Seeing none, thank you, Matt, for coming back. And we will go on to planning. Oh, Alder Vitiver.
Could we have a 10-minute break, please?
Alder Vitiver will move a 10-minute recess. Is there a second? President Furman will second that. Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we are recessed for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 8:03. Thanks, folks, for about 2 minutes out.
Council President Furman,
Present.
Yes,
Alder Carter, Alder Verveer,
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole,
Here.
Alder Vitiver,
Present.
Alder Evers,
Here.
Mayor of Quorum.
Thank you. So now we are on to planning. Director Statter is here. Heather, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'll make this piece fairly quick. As you can see here, no changes from the 2022 request. Next slide. Wanted to take a quick opportunity to show the breakdown of our relatively modest request for the Municipal Art Fund. With a total of $160,000 a year, the breakdown of that funding is shown here as a best estimate. Individual decisions are often made by the city's Madison Arts Commission. And this does fluctuate on an annual basis. And some projects are much more expensive than others. But in a nutshell, we look to spend approximately $60,000 on staff time. And so this is a good example mentioned by Alder Verveer earlier of one budget line item where we are attributing some staff time of the arts administrator to the administration of the capital budget or the Municipal Art Fund. The next chunk of funding goes to generally art in public places, which is our general category for major public art projects. And in the coming year, we expect that those will be the Darbo Drive project, which is yet to be defined, should begin very late this year, but the bulk of the spending for that project will come next year. And then continuing to work on placement of the State Street murals that were saved and then conserved and stored. We do anticipate continued work on that into 2023. $20,000 each year roughly is spent on an exciting artist in residence program. And here in the lower right corner is a picture of the building that's actually in the town of Blooming Grove, the Thurber Park building, where the city hosts an artist in residence to work out of the studio within this building, which is nested actually close to the Darbo neighborhood. And it gives an opportunity for community members to interact with an artist. Not always is the artist working on a piece for that neighborhood, but that certainly is a potential. This Thurber Park building will be utilizing that through year 2024 and then looking for a new site for an artist in residence. About $10,000 per year is budgeted for maintenance and rotation of art that's displayed within the Madison Municipal Building and the City County Building. And then finally, $20,000 is budgeted for conservation of our existing art pieces. Next slide. Just wanted to show how the public art program is related to specific recommendations in the city's comprehensive plan. So we look at our culture and character element. Strategy 6, integrate public art throughout the city. We want to emphasize geographic distribution throughout the city, and also make sure that we're incorporating art that reflects Madison's cultural diversity. And then strategy 7, provide opportunities to learn about, create, collaborate, and enjoy the arts. Fairly general strategy, but specifically want to make sure we're promoting and supporting diverse local artists to increase their ability to flourish. And I think this is particularly important in the wake of the pandemic. The arts community here in Madison and across the country is really rebounding from the pandemic still, and likely will be in the coming years. And so we want to do what we can with our capital and operating funding dedicated to the arts to make sure we're supporting local artists to the extent possible. That's where I'll end it, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions for planning? Alder Paulson?
Yeah, can you just talk about this sort of the size of the projects that are funded out of the I think it was the AIPP. I'm sorry, I missed the slide, the 50K one.
Sure, the art in public places. Yep, this is it's a really great question. I would say that our major public art projects probably range from about $30,000 up to $200,000 or more, which is why I think it's really important that the Municipal Art Fund is flexible and can be carried over time. Money that isn't spent in one year can be spent over the course of the next few years. It really depends on the scope of the project. One project that was obviously discussed earlier this evening, the public market, I think that, if that were to move forward, given that it's such a public space, and I'll also say the Rheindal Imagination Center would be another good example of this. The city is likely to spend much more money on public art projects within those very public visitable sites than elsewhere within the city. And so that might be a much larger project than some in the $30,000 realm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Paulson. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Heather, the same questions for you. So is there an RFP process for people to apply for these funds, or
Yes.
what is the process? Is there a website that people can go to and learn more?
Well, I would say that the best website would be our own website. We have a section of the planning division dedicated to Madison Arts at this time. Karin Wolf, the arts administrator, is more than willing to speak with anyone interested in pursuing an art project within the city. We have, I'll say, outside of the capital budget, we have the Madison Art Grant Program within our operating budget, and that's where local artists can go to basically find funding for small projects that they want to do that won't belong to the city forever. It's not part of our public art collection in the city. Now, typically, if we have an RFP process for a permanent piece that the city will own over time, that RFP is run through the Madison Arts Commission. And yes, some of those processes are more complex than others. Some attract international responders, but yes, each one has its own request for proposals process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for planning? Seeing none, thank you, Heather. And we will go on then to moving into public health and safety. We'll go on to public health. And Director Heinrich is with us tonight. Good evening, Janelle.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present our capital budget. We're not often in front of you. We don't often have capital requests. It's been a couple of years, but we are requesting for some additional funds to support the pursuit of electronic health records, a system we began implementation. Well, we made an initial request for the 2020 budget, and as you might imagine, things stalled for a little bit, and we have been working to get that system up and running, but we are realizing in the process that it will cost us a bit more money than we had originally budgeted. So we're asking for $400,000 to move that project along. We think it'll create more efficiencies, reduce redundancies in data entry, and allow for better patient care. That's all we have. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Janelle. Questions for public health? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll go on to the fire department. Chief?
Hey. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity this evening. Quickly, I'll try to make this brief as well and go through the major highlights that we have. The first one is that we did request to remove the burn tower off of our horizon list. And simply that was because we didn't feel like we were at a point in time where we could have a plan in place to effectively utilize a facility like that or to staff it. It'll be something that we'll continue to keep our eyes on for longer range planning, but we thought it was prudent to remove that at the current time. The next item there is development of the training facility. And so this is really in reference to station number 14. When station 14 was planned years ago, part of the plan was to terminate our part of our rental agreement with Madison College, where we would do a lot of department-wide training as well as recruit training to save some dollars and reinvest that over at 14. So it was created with training in mind. And part of the long range philosophy was to build that facility out to allow those things to happen. Since it opened, we really have not done much more in terms of development out there. Part of the initial stages of allowing us to further develop that plan includes adding in some drive there. And so it's going to complete a large roadway behind the station, terminating in a cul-de-sac with a roadway going out to Dairy Drive. Obviously within that, there'll be water mains, pavement, and hydrants to allow us to develop further training in that area. We do have a recruit class that just started today. They've been making do with the space out there, certainly not ideal, and has created some constraints that are difficult to work within. Nevertheless, we certainly have been doing our best. This next step forward in terms of the development out there, if we're able to move forward with the $500,000 that was moved from the horizon list onto the 2023 SIP this year, will allow us, as I said, to get that in place. And then in the coming years, continue to develop that. Next steps down the road will be to add various fronts, building fronts that allow us with different roof lines, allow for ladder placements, ventilation, training, staging, victim rescues, hose deployment, you name it. I can go on and on with a multitude of opportunities that we can do out there. But all those really come down not to any fluff or additional items. Those are really core essential training things that we need to focus on with our recruit classes and our station crews presently. Simply in the first step, even getting that roadway completed will allow us to spread out and take a number of simulations and evolutions out into that area that we can't do presently. So moving on to the communications equipment, as you'll see there, we did increase our funding request in the out years of the SIP. In doing so, we certainly increased our request. However, what that really did is just bring up the funding request to match our current spending levels. This addresses essential equipment for us, including radio replacements, both on portable personal radios as well as radios for our vehicles, the mobile radios, accessories that go along with it, such as microphones, batteries, etc. These are things that we've seen significant price increases like everything else over the last couple of years. And as I said, are really essential pieces of equipment. Within there are also included our station alerting equipment. So when the 911 center dispatches our stations, that goes through an electronic alerting system within each of our firehouses. We have now had those in place long enough that some of the technology is becoming obsolete and has to be replaced. And so that work is ongoing. We try to do that moderately, but need to do some of that each and every year. We have the command post down here at Fire Administration that's used for management of large events throughout the city. That is also starting to age and need some improvements as well. And then we've got our station communication system, was originally funded by MMRS funding, the Polycom system, and that has now been reaching the end of its useful life and is starting to be replaced by additional technology. The last piece that I simply wanted to touch base on is that part of the goal here, and I do have Brent Sloat, our Administrative Services Manager, with me tonight as well. Part of our overreaching goal as we tackle this, certainly the first capital budget request for myself in this position and my first time working with Brent here, we certainly share the vision that part of what we'll be doing is to take a full review of all of our assets, our equipment, facility needs, whether it be vehicles, stations, and whatnot, and really try to assure full accountability of all of our assets from top to bottom, and make sure that when we do place these requests forwards, that we can maximize the efficiency of where we're spending the dollars, understand exactly where, how, and why we're spending, and make sure that we're not doing any short-term investments that'll be needlessly replaced, in the moderate and long term with additional unforeseen needs. So we really do have the intent of spending the dollars wisely, doing it with purpose, and having a plan in place. At that, I would open up to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Are there questions for fire? Going once, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Chief, to your first capital budget hearing as our chief. And welcome back, Brent, in your new role. It's odd having you on the other side of the table, so to speak, the virtual table. Anyway, you anticipated the most glaring, obvious question probably that any of us had in your presentation, Chief, and that is the fact that the phrase burn tower is completely wiped clean from the capital budget book this year for the first time in years. And I really found your rationale quite interesting because, our friend Steve Davis fought for years for this burn tower, and I don't remember any of us ever asking him about the resources needed to operate it. It was all just the capital cost. Did I hear you correctly say that part of your consideration and asking the mayor, to no longer include it on the Horizon list or the SIP was because of that operating budget impact, or did I misunderstand you?
Give me 1 second here. Of course, all day long the radio didn't go off, and right now.
Now you have a structure fire.
It's a good thing we have good folks out there handling it.
Yeah, especially part 31.
Exactly. And Alder Revere, I apologize. Could you just repeat the very last part of your question there?
Yeah, and I probably was repeating myself like I'm prone to do, but the basis of my question, besides my long preamble, was, did I understand you correctly at the outset of your presentation that one of the large considerations or main considerations or consideration in you no longer including the burn tower in your capital budget request was because of concerns about operating costs?
Yeah, that's certainly a big part of it. All the way along, it's really been a conceptual piece that we've looked to build out, and it's something that we certainly would like to have eventually. Right now, we don't have a plan in place, nor do we have resources, including staff, available to staff it on a daily basis. I don't think, just in terms of philosophy and approach, it's something that we could operate with our on-duty crews and just go and use, throughout the day, as we do with a lot of our training capacity. There's a lot of oversight, a lot of regulation, and a lot of management involved in the burn tower. And luckily, we do have, one of the things we do have access to, like anybody within the district, is access to the burn towers at Madison College. So we do have the ability to schedule those and use them. The reason that we took it off the horizon list is not because we don't think it's important, but just in terms of trying to evaluate everything that we're looking at and what really has the potential for us to put to use in the coming years. We just, in discussion with the leadership staff here, we just don't think that we're close enough to consider that as a realistic possibility. Again, in terms of resources, staff, and operating costs, in terms of getting some usefulness out of that right now.
Thank you. I really appreciate that explanation. And yes, $1.3 million was a lot of money that Steve was, asking for year after year. And you anticipated my other question related to this, and that is how things are going in terms of our relationship with MATC. And one of the arguments that Chief Davis used over the years with this committee was that scheduling was very difficult for the props, and in particular burn towers at the Truex and I guess Commercial Avenue, maybe too, I can't remember now, campuses. Are things generally going quite well with our long-time relationship with the college, and including allowing for the use of their facilities for training, not only for the class, but ongoing field training and so forth?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, there's been a lot of bridge building that's going on for the last several years. I'd say right now our relationship's fantastic with the staff over there, not only on the fire side, but on the EMS side as well. Clearly, they're a busy place. They've got a lot of classes going on, so we always have to coordinate scheduling needs and try to be in contact ahead of time. But when we look at the way we operate here in our shift schedules and our recruit schedules, it behooves us to schedule ahead of time as well. So that really hasn't been prohibitive to this point, but it is. I would acknowledge that there are several users of that facility, but to this point, it's worked out well. And then as far as our recruit classes, we've also been working hard to find individual structures and working with the building community to find those structures to give us additional opportunities.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for fire? Seeing none, Chief, we'll let you go. And we'll turn to police. Chief?
Good evening, everyone. It's again my pleasure to present the 2023 capital budget. With me is Teague Maurer and Assistant Chief John Patterson. I'll present the goals for our capital budget to maintain and deploy our technology and equipment that is essential to our public safety mission, as always, and to maintain our facilities that will allow for any projected growth and to meet our community expectations around service delivery and accessibility. These are our two goals for our capital budget, the same as it was last year. Teague, will you take the executive budget and horizon list, please?
Thank you, Chief Barnes. Good evening, all. The items included in the executive budget will be one familiar item and one that's new this year. So the first item is the continuation of our technology and equipment program. There are no major changes being proposed to this program aside from an inflationary increase. So this program provides support to replace or purchase critical equipment. This can be a variety of things like in-car video systems, arbitrators and router systems for our squad cars, interview and briefing room technology at our district stations, and other hardware and software upgrades. So continuing this program is really important for end-of-life replacement cycles and staying current with industry standards. We also appreciate a new project being funded in 2023. Assistant Chief Patterson will explain this in a little bit more detail in a moment, but this is our data server upgrade, which has emerged as a critical need. Finally, it's worth noting that the language for the body-worn camera pilot is expanded per the council resolution that was adopted in April to broaden the scope of allowable project expenses to include personnel costs and any other associated supplies and services expenses for the pilot. So we have two projects that were requested and placed on the horizon list. This would be our property and evidence facility as well as the new North District station. We appreciate that the Horizon list indicates that general land acquisition funds could be used to move forward with procuring a site for either of these projects if a suitable site was identified. So I'll turn it over to Assistant Chief Patterson to walk through 3 of our projects in a little bit more detail.
All right, thank you, Teague. So this next slide is intended to walk through the 3 projects to kind of explain why we asked for them to begin with, and then why the time was right to ask for them, in our opinion. But the first is the data server upgrade that Teague referenced, which is included in the 2023 executive budget. So thank you again for the inclusion, Mayor. But an emergent need came this year for additional storage and servers to address the increasing volume of electronic records that have been generated predominantly through electronic video files, through dash cam, other videos around the city that we've been collecting both as documents and as evidence. And so why now? Again, we're currently operating at just below 10% of our capacity for existing storage. And so we need pretty quickly a solution in front of us, especially as the town of Madison is coming in here within a couple of months. And they have files that date back to the 1990s. Many of these files we need to keep for at least 30 years, and for some even upwards of 99. And next is the first item on the Horizon list for the years 25 through 26, and that's our property and evidence facility. I think many of you, if not all, have heard me talk about this before. We're currently storing over 153,000 pieces of evidence in 4 separate locations around the city. Now, thank you. A few of you came and saw these 4 facilities in person. I greatly appreciate that time that you spent. But the decentralized approach that we have really diminishes our ability to remain efficient and provide effective customer service or adequate customer service to the residents who need to come and pick up property from our facilities. So again, this facility or this concept has been discussed for about the past 14 years now. And really we're at a point where we are at a critical need for additional storage and are in preparation to take another 7,000 additional items from the town of Madison with really out adequate storage to do so. The next project then on the Horizon list is the North District Station. The current North District Station, as you all know, is our oldest station, built back in 1997, was built exactly to capacity back at that time, and has been operating above capacity pretty much since day one of its existence. So as expansion continues to occur in Northeast Madison, there's a need to shift back the boundaries that we shifted towards the East District several years ago to allow the North District to operate under the current boundaries that it has. So the current district boundaries do not allow for expansion and certainly are going to add strain onto the East District as the growth continues to occur. So that's all we have for you, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chief, Assistant Chief, and Teague. Always good to see you. I would just add a slight assurance on the evidence facility question. This is something that our real estate staff are looking at very closely. So the leaving it on the Horizon list is not a reflection of our sense of priority on it. It's simply a recognition that we have a number of moving pieces for large projects that need space, and are trying to come up with an innovative way or a creative way, let us say, to solve that problem. So I think we would likely see more on that in the next, I hope, 6 months or less. But it's hard to define a project in the capital budget if you don't entirely know what it is yet. So I just don't want anybody to think that we're not aware of the urgent need there. Are there questions for MPD? Alder Carter?
Yeah, the current location, the 4 locations that we use now, are those city property or are we renting?
I think that's for you, JP.
Three are owned by the city, Alder, and one is currently leased.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for MPD? Seeing none. Thank you all for being here. Good to see your faces. Oh, wait, Alder Verveer has questions. I should have known. Alder Verveer, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry I wasn't quick enough. I have to admit that I'm trying to be in a neighborhood meeting simultaneously here. So I was just giving my report. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was able to look at the slides as I was in my other meeting. My question is actually something that JP, you should have been copied on an email from Ed Marshall today about that I've been concerned about for a long time, and that is the city camera maintenance that, obviously your detectives and officers depend on really daily to do their jobs. As a way of background, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, Chief or JP or Teague, the Traffic Engineering Division has been so short-staffed with electricians this year. The mayor's office, as I understand it, gave you authority in the police department to go ahead and use your own funds to hire electricians to repair and replace cameras in advance of both the Mifflin Street block party and the trucker protest, that was planned for the Capitol Square that same weekend. And then as well for the upcoming Halloween weekend. So I have a couple of questions in that regard. One is, do you actually have any money budgeted in your operating, or for that matter, capital budget? Although I don't know if cameras at this point, we can say they last 10 years, but in your capital or operating budget for this purpose? And if not, do you have additional capacity that, because as you know, there's a long list of needs downtown that still have not been addressed yet.
Alder Verveer, I can jump in and offer a little bit more context. So we did have a one-time allocation in a previous year's capital budget, one of those mini projects within the broader technology program that was intended to be a one-time allocation. So we were able to tap into some of that funding, which I believe is already long spoken for prior repairs and replacements, but that is not a permanent ongoing source. Moving forward, you're correct that we are currently paying for repairs or replacements as needed after confirming with our colleagues in traffic engineering and IT. We are doing our best to absorb those expenses in the operating budget when possible.
So Teague, and thank you for your response. So that the annual police technology and equipment capital budget project is not what you're referring to when you say that there was some capital money available. It wasn't part of that overall project. It was some other amendment or?
Alder Verveer, that was one of the projects included in a past year of that program, but those funds are long spoken for.
Mm-hmm. And I presume that every dollar that is spoken for as well in the executive capital budget for that project for next year. And so you aren't anticipating using any of that money for maintenance or replacement of critical camera infrastructure?
It's a good question, Alder. You are quite correct that currently all those funds are obligated toward existing technology priorities.
Mm-hmm. Is it, and I know that Ed Marshall has been kind of delegated to dealing with the central district.
Alder Verveer,
Yes.
Dave may have something to add here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out, and you'll hear about this tomorrow, that IT has a new project in their budget for camera life cycle maintenance, which would include, I think, the cameras you're referring to. And IT may be able to answer your questions in more detail, Alder Verveer.
Yes, thank you. My line of questioning tonight was a preview to coming attractions tomorrow for IT and TE, just so that we could set the table, so to speak. Thank you, Dave. I did see that in their budget. So what I'm most concerned about, just to finish here, and again, apologies for parochial, although I do think that there are MPD priorities in all districts in terms of cameras that are off service, offline, as we speak. But speaking for downtown, my understanding is that in advance of Halloween weekend, there are some cameras that MPD did not have the funding to have this private organization make the necessary repairs. While I have all of you here, is there any opportunity that you think there might be additional funds that could be expended prior to the Halloween event or non-event next month? Lieutenant Marshall was under the understanding that only some items on the list of needs central could be accommodated within your budget constraints this year, and others have to just wait for some other opportunity in the future. Is that accurate?
I think if I could jump in, Alder, I think the best answer I could provide, or we can provide right now, is maybe we can cover them. It's been a little tricky with the private vendor because they often won't provide a full quote for the needed repairs until they've already been hired for climbing up onto a pole and then examining them all and renting the equipment that's needed to look at them. So it hasn't been a real quick process to get comprehensive quotes for the full repairs. So it's been kind of an ad hoc approach to getting these things repaired.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that, but if there's anything that we can do to ensure that the CP has, full capacity for Halloween weekend and beyond, that would be obviously optimal, to say the least. So thank you for finding the funds to do what we did this year when TE didn't have the capacity to make those repairs, and thanks for continuing to do that if possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I'll just note that I'm giving you a large amount of leeway to talk about the 2022 budget when we're actually here to talk about the 2023 budget. And also that perhaps the details of our camera maintenance are not an appropriate conversation for a public meeting. Are there any other questions for MPD? Seeing none, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Assistant Chief. Thank you, Teague. Good to see you all. And we will move on then to administration, and we'll do finance and the zoo. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just cover these very quickly. There's no change from last year's budget in either of those two agencies. In the finance department, the funding you see there, the $370,000, is based on our cost allocation plan. And this is the share of the finance department's activities related to capital budget administration. And then in the zoo, that is the city's voluntary contribution to the capital costs at the zoo. And that's typically been set at $75,000 a year. The city does have a mandatory contribution towards the cost of operating the zoo, and you will see that when we talk about the operating budget, and that will fluctuate because we do have a mandatory contribution towards those costs. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for finance? Going once, going twice. Alder Bidover.
Sorry, I just remember last year we did something with the zoo, and I don't remember what it was. I know I could look it up, but maybe it's a quick question.
So Alder Bidover's question, if you're having trouble hearing her, is did we do something with the zoo budget last year, and what was it?
I can take a look at that quickly. I don't recall anything, but let me take a quick look and I can get back to you. Oh, maybe.
Alder Figueroa Cole might remember because I think it was her amendment.
For the zoo?
Yeah, I think it was operating. We did something so
Oh,
that we
that might
shifted
be
the costs.
That might be the operating budget, but
Yeah.
not the, I
It
don't think
wasn't-
we did anything
yeah.
in the capital budget.
No, it was in the operating, but I just can't remember what it was. But that's okay. I'll look it up and
Okay.
And we'll get to that when we get to operating.
Yep, we did fully, over the last couple of years, we've had to fully fund the cost of the zoo contribution from the city's general fund because of what was happening in room tax. And so prior to the pandemic, the room tax had been paying a portion of that cost. So, and the Room Tax Commission a few days ago did approve a budget that restored room tax support for a portion of the zoo operating subsidy. And we'll talk more about that during the operating budget.
All right, that I believe takes us to the end of tonight's briefings. We are back tomorrow with the rest of the agencies. So President Furman, I believe a motion to refer to tomorrow's meeting is in order.
So opening up the email that I had referring to that, yes. So move budget to executive capital budget to tomorrow's finance meeting referral.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to refer item 26 to tomorrow's finance meeting. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, the item is referred, and that is it for our agenda. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
Is there a second?
So-
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.